Apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker. In all the finger wagging, I sort of missed the question. But I think it was something about Rwanda, which I think we can all agree was a totally failed scheme and a waste of money. There are good ongoing negotiations going in relation to return hubs. I very much hope we can update the House in due course.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope that we could all agree that a strong immigration system doesn't have to be a cruel one. When the Tories painted over murals for refugee children, the numbers of small boat crossings still went up. When they threatened deportations to Rwanda, guess what? The crossings still went up. So what evidence does the Secretary of State have that taking personal belongings, such as jewellery from refugees, and selling it off actually works as a deterrent? Isn't a focus on the new plans outlined on the safe and legal routes a much better use of all of our time?
I say to my honourable friend, we are not taking jewellery at the border. I can't say it any more clearly than that. She will know that the example I have used in my speech, and the sort of case we're going after, is those who have assets, those who have access to money and who can afford quite expensive cars, who should make a contribution to the cost of what is currently free asylum support. These two things are not the same, and I would urge her not to conflate the two. We will not and never will seize people's jewellery at the border. We're not going after their sentimental items like wedding rings and so on. We are talking about those who have high value assets, who receive at the moment, having claimed asylum in this country, so before they've been granted refugee status, they've claimed asylum, they receive free accommodation on the state. If they have assets, they should contribute to the cost of that accommodation, just as I explained in the example I used in my speech. That is the sort of case we are talking about, and I do hope that she will not perpetuate what is being said about jewellery, because I have ruled that out clearly in this House today.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement? Labour's change, of course, is most welcome, and she's outlined some useful steps today. Now, my constituents want to see the Holiday Inn in Bridgewater emptied of migrants and returned to commercial use. And to achieve that, the Home Secretary is going to have to be bolder. So does she agree with me that anyone who arrives in this country illegally should be detained on entry and deported automatically?
Again, forgive me, but I'm not going to take any lessons from the party that gave us hotel use in the first place, now lecturing me about hotel exit. It is a manifesto commitment of this government that we will get out of hotels by the end of this Parliament. I hope to do so before then. That is why we are exploring large sites, including military sites. I know that will engage more debate in this House over the coming weeks and months, and I look forward to that. But given that he's a member of a party that started hotel use, I hope he'll reflect on that first.
Daniel Zeigner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I support my right honourable friend's statement, and particularly her announcement about safe and legal routes. She'll know that cities like Cambridge have a long tradition going back to the kinder transport to welcoming people from Syria and Ukraine. And I very much hope she'll work closely with authorities like Cambridge City Council to work on measures that can make these routes work.
I thank my honourable friend. We absolutely will work with local partners, councils, philanthropists, other charitable organisations as we develop these safe and legal routes. And as I said in my speech earlier, they will take three primary forms: community sponsorship, because we believe that is the best model for achieving integration of refugees into our communities, a route for talented students and for skilled workers as well. We want to play our full part as a country in providing sanctuary to those truly in need. We need to move to a better system. Safe and legal routes will be the way in the future to do it.
Marie Goldman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure we can all agree across this House that one of the key aspects of dealing with the asylum system is dealing with the crisis in the backlog, which is absolutely enormous. And the Home Secretary said in her speech that they are looking at a number of large military sites as an alternative to the asylum hotels. One of those large military sites that's already in use is RAF Wethersfield in Essex. I understand from Essex Police that Braintree District Council has been given a sum of funding to the tune of about £2 million to help with community cohesion, dealing with the fact that they have that facility nearby. However, buses are taking asylum seekers from Wethersfield to places like Colchester and to my constituency of Chelmsford several times a day, and that is placing extra strain on Essex Police in those areas, yet they are unable to access those funds. Will the Home Secretary commit to providing extra funds to Essex Police in those areas to help them police them?
I think that was two questions. One on the backlog, which I recognise the backlog of appeals is far too high. It is why we're going to create a new independent appeals system so that we can run through these cases more quickly whilst fulfilling our obligations to an independent process and providing early legal advice as well. And on the specific points in relation to Wethersfield and pressures on councils, we do of course work closely with local councils and do provide funding to assist with community cohesion and other issues, and I will look carefully at the example that she has raised if she writes to me.
Derek Twigg.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I say to the Home Secretary that her statement is most welcome. It's certainly a step in the right direction, and certainly the proposals that she set out today are a significant step in the right direction. It's also the case, I think, as well, that the comments she made about the damage to the social fabric of this country are very, very important. But can I ask her a specific question? And that is about asylum seekers who committed crimes and actually are deported, but then allowed to again put a second application in to come back to this country. Will she be looking at law to see how that can be addressed?
What I would say to him on those who are convicted of crimes, the combination of the sentencing bill changes and what I have said today should actually lead to earlier deportation of foreign national offenders in this country. It is of course absolutely important that those individuals face the full force of the law, but we have made a policy decision as a government that for the vast majority of foreign national offenders the appropriate thing to do is to move to immediate deportation wherever possible.
Sakib Bhatti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary said that she was exploring the possibility of return hubs with negotiations ongoing. Can she tell the House which country she's negotiating with and how much is it going to cost?
No, because he would not expect me, I think, to comment on live negotiations with other countries. But those negotiations are ongoing, and I hope we have announcements to make soon.
Catherine West.
Deputy Speaker, the Hornsey and Friar Barnet constituency has a long tradition of being boroughs of sanctuary, and just today I had an excellent briefing from the Jewish Voice for Refugees Hayas J-Corps. Will she agree with me that currently there is a real problem with the cliff edge for failed asylum seekers who end up street homeless or rough sleeping, particularly in my constituency around the Finsbury Park area? And will she redouble her efforts to understand the connections between homelessness and the asylum process so that all people can have shelter in the current period as we go into the winter?
I thank my honourable friend. I do understand the point that she is making. I mean, I think the reality is that there are a lot of failed asylum seekers within the asylum accommodation system, and I'm sure she would accept and agree that where somebody has a failed claim and no right to be in this country, the best thing to do is to voluntarily leave the country, and we do already provide packages to help people make that decision. I, of course, don't want to see people homeless in this country, but I know she can't possibly think that the answer to that is to essentially have there be no consequence to having a failed asylum claim in the first place. We do need to run a system where the rules are enforced, as uncomfortable as that might occasionally be, but of course recognising that we don't want people in destitution. That is why we do make financial packages available for people to voluntarily remove the country, and that will always be the case.
Pete Wishart.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in their manifesto, Labour promised to defend migrants' rights and build an immigration system based on compassion and dignity. Instead, what we have is a policy that's welcomed by Reform UK and that's even found favour with Tommy Robinson. From throwing refugees into destitution to denying any meaningful route to citizenship to forcible evictions, where exactly is the compassion and dignity in that?
Yeah.
Well, I can assure him that given that Tommy Robinson doesn't even think I'm actually English, he will certainly not be supporting anything I've got to say. So let's just leave that there, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker. We don't need to hear any more about what vile racists have to say about anything whatsoever. And let me also say to him, I guess it's not a surprise to me to find a Scottish National Party Member of Parliament defending a broken status quo. That's what they do in Scotland with the Scottish Government under the SNP every day, and that's what he's doing now. I hope he can agree that good reform, much needed reform to a broken system is the best way to retain public support for having an asylum system at all.
Deputy Speaker. And my right honourable friend is absolutely right to seek to bring order to the chaos at our borders, chaos instituted by the Tories, which undermines trust in our state and imposes such costs on communities. She's also right to address the pull factors which lure migrants to their death in our channel of claims of cushy lives in five-star hotels. And she is right to assist that our proposals must reflect British values and work in practice. So on that, could she say a little bit more about how reviewing refugee status every 2 years will work in practice, particularly with regard to the Home Office capacity and also with regard to integration?
I thank my honourable friend for her comments as well as her question. What we are doing in relation to the refugee status is moving from a situation where it's effectively permanent and the most attractive of all routes into the country to a more temporary status. I will make sure that the administration and the funding is available to run the new system as it is being designed. But I do say to her that is why we are also creating the protection, work and study route, because we believe that the best integration outcomes come when people are in work and able to contribute, and that is how we will retain popular support for having an asylum system. So people will transfer, we hope, into the protection, work and study route. But of course, if they do not, under the core protection model, they will still receive sanctuary from this country. It will be more regularly reviewed. I hope we can all agree that where a country is safe for an individual to return to, a return should, in the normal run of things, take place. But of course, if people have switched into a work route and are making a contribution, we will set out plans in the coming days about how they could earn their way to an earlier settlement, longer than what is available to people today, and still longer than what will be available to people on safe and legal routes, but shorter than those who remain on the core protection model.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Most on the benches opposite disagree with us. But I share the Home Secretary's admiration for the Danish model. And the Danish Finance Ministry publishes data regularly on the fiscal contribution of different profiles of migrants. This shows in Denmark that migrants from MENAT, the Middle East, North Africa, Pakistan and Turkey are net recipients over the course of their lifetimes. Will the Home Secretary ensure that the Treasury publishes the same data in the same way in this country?
Well, we keep all statistics under review, as he knows, and as was the case, I believe, when he was an advisor to a former Home Secretary. And let me say to him that the principle that underpins all of these reforms is about fairness and contribution. We believe most people want to be able to contribute to this country because the refugees themselves recognise that is the best way for them to have stability and security in their lives, and it is what is needed for the wider community as well. And we think that all refugees, if they're on the protection, work and study route, will have that opportunity. I'm not interested in models that start separating out different nations from one another. Once somebody has got status in our country, they are on a path to becoming one of us if they are working and contributing.
Gary McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I agree with the need for a fairer asylum system in which the public can have confidence. But all that she proposes today is predicated on there being decent legal advice available for people. And I know from 20 years as an MP that is simply not the case. Despite the best efforts of the advice sector in Bristol, which is proud to be a city of sanctuary, there's just a real dearth of decent immigration lawyers. And I see too many constituents that fall into the hands of dodgy lawyers who will help them falsify and fabricate claims. What is she going to do to ensure that decent legal advice is there?
Well, look, I agree with her in that my own constituency experience as a Member of Parliament is many people have turned up at my advice surgery believing that there are things that I can do as a constituency MP to assist them in their migration claim, which I cannot do, and they've been completely misled and robbed, frankly, by unscrupulous individuals. In the new appeal system that we are going to set up, early legal advice will be available from the start. We believe in access to justice. People need to have the right legal advice, but doing it early and right at the start of claims means that we can run a system where you can have one claim and one appeal rather than the absolute merry-go-round and whack-a-mole of claims that we see today.
Danny Kruger.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the rhetoric that the Home Secretary has announced. In fact, I recognise the rhetoric of the Home Secretary today. We have our plan for restoring justice. She has announced a plan to restore order and control. But before she puts in her application to join Reform UK, and I very much welcome her doing so, can I just draw out the difference? Can I draw out the difference between our parties? Unlike the government, Madam Deputy Speaker, we don't propose to give illegal immigrants the right to stay here for 2.5 years after arriving. We don't propose to give them the right to study and work here. We don't propose to allow them to bring their families here. And crucially, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're not going to contort our law to comply with, or to fit into the European Convention on Human Rights. The derogations that she announces will not work to stop the lawfare, just as the derogations announced in the Rwanda bill wouldn't have stopped the lawfare, which is why I opposed that bill as well. So she talks about, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm great.
I don't think there was a question in there, Madam Deputy Speaker. As for his invitation to join his party, of whom there appear to be hardly any over there, let me tell him, over my dead body.
Ian Byrne.
Thank you very much indeed. I want to commend the Home Secretary for getting the balance absolutely right. And I think the announcement that she has made today will be widely welcomed across our diverse community in Birmingham, because we know that our generosity of spirit is upheld by our rule of law, and the kindness that we show is protected by the justice that we share. So will she confirm that while we will always give sanctuary to those who need our protection, what she's advancing today is in effect a form of earned citizenship, and only those who step up to the full responsibilities of citizenship will enjoy the full rights of citizenship of this country?
Well, my honourable friend makes a very powerful point. We are constituency neighbours, and both of us have done many community meetings over the years where these issues have been discussed, not just by those who are white, but those who are ethnic minority Britons as well. Because the thing that unites all Britons, regardless of their background, is a desire for fairness and for a good system that people can have confidence in. And he's absolutely right. The concept of earned citizenship, earned settlement, contribution, fairness. As I said earlier, these are quintessential Labour values. They are quintessential British values as well, and that is why I know this plan will have support from across the country.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, these steps are definitely a move in the right direction. I'm pleased that the Home Secretary has rejected the proposal from the Liberal Democrats to allow those who arrive in the UK illegally to work. I think that would be a ludicrous magnet in favour of attracting more illegal migrants to the UK. The Home Secretary will be aware that the vast majority of removals from the country are voluntary rather than enforced. So what is she planning to do to ramp up enforced removals from the UK? And with respect to visa sanctions, why did the government vote against them as part of the border security bill?
I would just say gently to the honourable gentleman, a voluntary removal is the outcome that actually we should be aiming for. Enforced removals cost more money, are more likely to actually result in a failed removal, especially if there is such disruption that the pilot in charge of the plane says that they won't take that individual, costing often much more money to the British taxpayer. So it is value for money actually to have voluntary removals wherever possible, but we will pursue all types of removals, voluntary as well as enforced, and deportations of foreign national offenders as well. And this is our track record in the last 18 months to have got those numbers up by 23% to a number of just over 48,000, doing better than the last 18 months of the Conservative government. And all I would say to him on the issue of visa sanctions, these were powers they acquired but did not use.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I commend my right honourable friend for the measures that she's introduced to tackle abuse of our asylum system and clamp down on those who are taking advantage of this country's generosity. The government's already closed 200 hotels since coming to power, but can the Home Secretary confirm that her department are actually expediting the measures that she has announced today so we can restore public confidence?
I thank my honourable friend and also constituency neighbour for her question. I can assure her we are moving at pace on the exit of hotels. We've already made good progress, closing a number of hotels down from the peak that we inherited to just under 200 today. We will go further and faster on that, and it is why we are looking at large sites, including military sites, and there will be more announcements on that in due course. And on these wider proposals, some of these proposals require consultation, others require legislation. I know that they were debated with real vigour in this House, but we will aim to pass these measures as quickly as possible, because I agree with her, we need to quickly transition to a better system that we can all have more confidence in and introduce the safe and legal routes that are the viable alternative, the right alternative, and persuade people not to get on a dangerous boat in the north of France instead.
Josh Babarinde.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Home Secretary has spoken a lot about contribution, but one of the most powerful forms of contribution to our country is getting a job and paying taxes, something that the Home Secretary will not allow people seeking asylum to do, despite the fact that in Denmark they can do that. She speaks about pull factors being an aversion to this, but a study by the University of Warwick, looking at 30 different studies of this, found that there was no long-term correlation between labour market access and destination choice. So will she review her decision not to offer people seeking asylum the right to work so that they can pay their own way in our country?
I think, look, what I would say to the honourable gentleman is what I said in response to a question from his side earlier today. It would be a pull factor, because we already know that the ability to work in this country illegally is already a pull factor, and that is why we are clamping down on illegal working. It's why we've seen 11,000 raids, 8,000 arrests, and 1,000 people with no right to be in this country removed from this country. So it would be a pull factor. And what I would say to him also is, I have the misfortune of having to look through the TikTok accounts and the various other ways in which the organised immigration criminals actually advertise their packages for people to get on a boat in the Channel in the north of France. It's in all of those marketing materials as well, and we know from the intelligence that we gather as well, that is one of the pull factors. It's why we have to deal with it.
Gurinder Singh Josan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for her statement, which I fully support. My constituency, like that of the Home Secretary, is incredibly diverse, with people originating in countries across the world, settled and contributing to our communities. One thing that people of all backgrounds detest, that they have in common, is that they absolutely detest the unfairness that the party opposite allowed to creep into asylum and immigration system. They also detest the demonising of their neighbours by people in reform. So does the Home Secretary agree with me that the choice is clear? A choice between chaos handed over by the party opposite of a system taken advantage of by those who can pay the people smugglers or a system of fair and safe legal routes for those who need them?
Home Secretary.
Thank my honourable friend. My own parents were migrants to this country in the late 60s and 70s. Migration is woven into the story of my own family and that of thousands of people that I represent in my constituency of Birmingham, Ladywood. And let me say to him, I agree, ethnic minority Brits are just like every other kind of Brit. We value fairness and contribution as well. That is why those principles sit underneath all of the policy announcements that I've made today.
Carla Denyer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it isn't people seeking sanctuary that are tearing our country apart. It's toxic, racist narratives and the scapegoating of migrants and asylum seekers for what is nothing to do with them. The chronic housing crisis, the running down of public services are not caused by migrants. They are caused by political decisions and by the grotesque inequality in this country. Does the Secretary of State understand that attempting to out-reform reform is actually just boosting this baseless far-right narrative and will only deepen divisions when we urgently need leadership and hope instead?
Let me tell her, I couldn't care less what any other political party has to say about these matters. I don't care what other politicians are saying on the television. I don't care what other activists are saying either. I care about the fact that I have an important job to do, and I can see that there is a problem here that needs to be fixed. If it was possible to pretend there wasn't a problem because there wasn't one, I wouldn't be saying there is one. There is a genuine problem in this asylum system, and we need someone to sort it out, not to pretend it doesn't exist, which I'm afraid is one of the things that fuels the division in the first place. My own constituents, since I have been Home Secretary, have been telling me directly of abuses in the visa system that they can see with the evidence of their own eyes long before any officials in Whitehall have ever clocked onto those things. It is a moral responsibility when you see something broken to fix it and to make sure that the fact that it's broken is not fueling division in our country. And let me also say to her, it is Green Party politicians who are absolute hypocrites because they talk great language in here and then oppose asylum accommodation in their own constituencies.
Speaker. Can I first thank the Home Secretary for her statement? As a member of Bradford West, my constituency, I'm really proud of Bradford being a city of sanctuary. And the Home Secretary is aware I'm also a former foster parent to an Afghan refugee. My concern is that had somebody like my Afghan refugee, my foster son, come to this country and not had a parent and just had a sibling, with the reforming of Article 8 that the Home Secretary is suggesting, he would not be able to apply for just his only sibling to come over. And that would also apply to potentially a Ukrainian woman if we were to look at contributions who had young children, came to this country and couldn't contribute because of a trauma or she experienced. So will the Home Secretary meet with me when she's doing her consultation around the safe passage for refugees and asylum seekers?
Home Secretary.
Well, of course, I will always happily meet with my honourable friend. We made clear in the asylum policy statement that the routes for these measures do not apply to unaccompanied children and other vulnerable groups. We will be setting out our specific policies in relation to vulnerable groups, including unaccompanied children, separately. So these measures do not apply to them. She will know that the scheme for Ukrainians is a bespoke temporary scheme brought in by the party opposite when they were in government and supported not just by our party but across this House. So I would expect the rules of that scheme to apply in the normal way, but I will of course discuss with her the issues that she raises.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Can I thank the Home Secretary for a copy of her speech? And in it says, the public rightly expect we can determine who enters this country and who must leave. And I agree. One thing that's missing, though, is verifying the people who come in. This side put forward the idea of age verification that many other countries have. Is that part of her plan? Would she consider putting it back in the plan so we know exactly who is coming in, that they are who they say they are?
Home Secretary.
Well, if he reads the asylum policy statement, he'll know that on age verification we are pursuing AI as a more effective and workable model, unlike that suggested by the party opposite, which was all about MRI scans and bones. We believe we have a much more effective way of ensuring age verification is available and that the methodology for it actually works.
Sarah Russell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you to the Home Secretary for her statement. There is currently a loophole within employment law in the UK that it means that people who are self-employed are not subject to right-to-work checks. And that means that many people work illegally within the gig economy with no potential risk to their non-employer. Will the Home Secretary discuss how we can close that loophole while simultaneously ensuring that we do uphold rights for British workers, but also the rule of law and the remainder of our rights within the UK?
Home Secretary.
I really thank my honourable friend for her question. We are closing that loophole in the Borders Bill. It is important that colleagues support us when that is debated again on Wednesday. She's absolutely right that closing down these loopholes, ensuring that everyone is subject to a right-to-work check and therefore build support for a rule of law approach to the way that people are able to access employment in this country is incredibly important, and I hope that all colleagues, even those across the House, might see it to support these measures later this week.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Nowhere in the Home Secretary's statement does she put this into any kind of global context about the millions of people that have become refugees or homeless all around the world. and that more than 2/3 of those are housed by the southern countries, the poorest countries in the world, with the least resources possible to do it. And what she's doing instead is putting in draconian measures against refugees trying to come to this country, failing to recognise that more than 6,000, for example, of those that crossed the Channel this year come from Afghanistan, a war-torn country that we helped to make into a war-torn country. And she instead is trying to appease the most ghastly right-wing racist forces all across Europe in undermining and walking away from the European Convention on Human Rights, a convention created by the post-war Labour government. Does she not recognise history is going to be a harsh judge on this government for undermining the whole global humanitarian principles behind the ECHR and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights?
Home Secretary.
Well, not for the first time, I'm a little mystified as to what the honourable gentleman is talking about. He starts with the global context. I guess my start point is different to his because I start with our domestic context first. He ought to know that in this country there have already been bespoke schemes for the resettlement of people from Afghanistan. So perhaps he could, read up on those schemes. He should also have heard from what I said in my statement that we remain absolutely committed to offering sanctuary to those who are fleeing conflict abroad. We think that the best way to do that is not to encourage people to get on a boat in the Channel by paying thousands and thousands of pounds to people smugglers, who, by the way, it's not just smuggling that's a vile crime. Those individuals are involved in all sorts of other disgusting organised crime. They should not be in receipt of money from vulnerable people. I want to disincentivise people making that choice, and I want to incentivise people coming on safe and legal routes instead. And if he would actually read the asylum policy statement, he would know it's the policy position of this government to provide more safe and legal routes. Once he's done more reading, I'll be happy to answer more of his questions.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do remember when the Prime Minister pledged an immigration system based upon compassion and dignity. Yet now, and it needs to be said, we've got an immigration minister tweeting deport, deport, deport. And now this policy announcement, which I'm afraid scrapes the bottom of the barrel. If we're being frank, isn't this just a desperate attempt to triangulate with reform? And like some of the other terrible policy errors that have been made in recent months, isn't it not only morally wrong, but another policy which is set to push away Labour voters? Why not recognise that now than in a few months and make a U-turn?
Home Secretary.
I would really caution my honourable friend not to defend a broken status quo. He should also know that it is foreign national offenders that are deported from this country, and I would hope he could agree that foreign national offenders should be deported from this country. We should not be keeping convicted criminals in our nation a day longer than is absolutely necessary. And I just say to him, the thing that's morally wrong is knowing that you have a broken system and then pretending either that it's not broken or defending a broken status quo. I will never tolerate that. And I have to say to him, as I've said to other members opposite today as well, I do not care for what other parties are saying on these matters or what other politicians have to say either. I have thought first and foremost of my moral responsibility to the people of this country as I fulfil my duty as Home Secretary. I have a series of reforms here that are underpinned by the values of the Labour Party and the values of the British people. They are fairness and they are contribution. I hope he will reflect on that as he reads up on the detail of these reforms.
Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, in February, during the Border Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill, I raised the issue of the generous financial and accommodation package advertised on the government's own website, Asylum Support What You'll Get, which outlines the provision of an Aspen card with £49.18 of cash loaded onto it each week, on top of free accommodation, even if you've been refused asylum. Cards that are able to be used for gambling and have been over 6,000 times, according to an FOI. In May, I raised it again when I asked the previous Home Secretary what she planned to do to address the pull factor of this free cash and free home. So can this Home Secretary now commit to my previous calls that these pull factors must be mitigated to be a deterrent? And will those on Section 4 or Section 95 support have the benefit withdrawn under these measures?
Thank you.
Home Secretary.
Well, I would urge him to look at the detail of the asylum policy statement, the whole point of which is to deal with the pull factors that we know are drawing people to get on a dangerous boat and cross the channel illegally. The upshot of the reforms is to deal with those pull factors, and you will know that within the asylum policy statement we have said that it is a relatively small number, it's just under 10%, but just under 10% of those in asylum accommodation already do have the right to work, and in future we will expect them, where they have the right to work, to work.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary is arguing that what will heal this divided nation is to get somebody who we have agreed is a refugee with a well-founded fear of persecution to feel a permanent sense of limbo, because they will never be able to plan for the long term for them or their family, because their status will always be uncertain, because they could still face deportation. Her consultation document, which I have read, talks about using enforced return for families. Last year alone, 10,000 children, many of whom are with their families, were granted refugee status in this country. I know she plans to consult, but given this does involve children, can she be clear with us whether she intends to incarcerate children with their families as part of enforced return, or whether she intends to separate children from their mums and dads as part of this policy, and how we will continue to uphold the UN Rights of the Child Convention returns of education?
Home Secretary.
Well, I would encourage my honourable friend to look at the detail of the asylum policy statement on our intentions in relation to the protection, work and study route, which in future will be the route by which refugees can contribute and earn their way to settlement in this country. And of course, it is the express intention of this policy statement to disincentivise people coming through dangerous channel crossings, and to incentivise and to push people towards what will, over time, become more generous, safe and legal routes of entry into this country, with more privileged status when it comes to the earning of permanent settlement. Let me say to her on failed asylum-seeking families, because I think that is the important context that was missing from her question. There are 700 Albanian families at the moment who have made asylum claims. Those asylum claims have failed, and the only reason they've not been removed from the country is because of the policies around not removing families, that is to say parents with their children. We are not going to separate parents and their children, but we are going to consult on the removal of support and how we effectively and safely ensure that those individuals are returned. But we will of course want to see most of those people return voluntarily instead.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Stoking fear and division through the kind of performative cruelty trailed over the media this weekend has consequences. We saw that in Caerphilly last month, where Reform UK spread information. Ukrainians spoke of intimidation. So when she speaks of unity, surely the lesson from Caerphilly is that imitating Reform doesn't create unity, doesn't win trust, but standing firm on values does.
Here, here.
I'm sorry, that's just unserious from the Honourable Lady. I'm sorry to find that the Reform Party is living rent-free in so many people's heads. I can assure you it's living nowhere near mine. These policy proposals are designed to fix what we all know to be true, which is we have a broken system. It is driving division across our country. I see that in my own constituency. I hope she's not suggesting that the evidence of my own eyes and my own experience in my own constituency, where over 70% of those people are not white, and most of them have a migration story just like my own. These are matters of great interest across our country, across every type of community in our country, and it is incumbent on any government that wants to make sure that we can run a decent system and not fuel division in our country to pursue the sorts of reforms that we are talking about today, underpinned by what I would have hoped were values that her party could have signed up to as well, and that is to say fairness and contribution.
Lauren Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank and support the Home Secretary for her statement today. This is long overdue reform of the system, such as reforming safe and legal routes, cracking down on illegal working, and also against those abusing the asylum seeking and immigration system, yet maintains support for those that need our support, such as those fleeing war in Ukraine and others that come here legally. It is about fairness. Can the Home Secretary detail when these reforms will be in place so that residents can see the outcomes of these actions?
Thank my honourable friend for her question. We will pursue the consultation, the measures that require consultation as quickly as possible, and there will be legislation in the coming months, and certainly in the second session, which we will seek to, obviously, subject to the agreement of the House, pass as quickly as possible.
Joe Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary's asylum plans still have a gaping hole in the middle of them, in that she doesn't know what to do with failed asylum seekers who can't be returned home. Her statement today says that she's exploring possibilities with third countries. Can I suggest she swallows her pride and speaks to a third country we know is willing, Rwanda?
Home Secretary.
Look, I do say to members opposite, they are going to have to ditch their addiction to Rwanda. It didn't work, and nobody in the country supported it. We are, as he well knows, and as members opposite well know, when you are negotiating with other countries about possible agreements, the one thing you do not do is publicise them before an agreement is reached.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
The Home Secretary is aware that in absence of safe legal routes, the law forces the situation where a refugee has to set foot on UK soil to seek asylum, which has led to dangerous journeys and no checks or vetting taking place. Now, the Secretary's referenced sponsorship as the primary safe route. Could she clarify whether this is capable of being applied for from outside the UK? And what consideration has she made of recommendations by Safe Passage to implement a visa refugee scheme so that applications can be done from outside the UK, cases assessed, vetted and decided upon before a refugee embarks on a dangerous journey here?
Home Secretary.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question. The whole purpose of the new safe and legal routes is that those individuals are accepted as refugees before they enter into the United Kingdom. The point of that being is that they never then pay thousands of pounds to illegal smugglers along any sort of route that they might travel on. So it is in fact exactly as she says, you want to accept people as refugees before they set foot on UK soil, and then once they are here on that safe and legal route, they will access permanent settlement more quickly than any other route in this country, and it is a good thing that the government is seeking to incentivise people to come through safe and legal routes and not pay thousands and thousands of pounds to criminals along the way.
Dr. Andrew Murison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was a genuinely good statement as far as it went, from which we learnt that countries could be determined to be safe at some point in the future and refugees from them returned home. Can the Home Secretary say what her criteria for safety would be? Which countries does she have in her sights? Would it, for example, include a Council of Europe and NATO member, ECHR signatory and EU candidate Turkey?
Home Secretary.
Look, I'm not going to provide a running commentary on countries. He will know that, of course, I referenced Syria specifically in my speech earlier to the House. That is because the basis on which many thousands of Syrians were making the claims related to the regime that was in place before, during the conflict, which has now fallen, and there is a new regime. We have already made a small number of voluntary returns to Syria. Other countries are exploring enforced returns to Syria, given the change in circumstances there. We will, of course, look at the same as well. We will, in the normal run of things, when it comes to considering whether a country is safe for a person or not, keep those matters under review, as I know he would expect us to do.
Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, we have a broken system, but does the Home Secretary really believe that having to flee violence, war and persecution means you have won a golden ticket if you are lucky enough to get refugee status here? Does she understand that such rhetoric is deeply offensive and feeds division? Does she accept shutting down routes for settlement will damage integration in our communities and will only strengthen reform, not beat them? And wouldn't a better way of measuring contribution be allowing people to work and pay taxes?
Secretary.
Well, I'll gently point out to her that we have a large number of failed asylum seekers, that is to say people whose claims have not succeeded and who do not have the right to be in this country still here, despite their home country being safe. Many of the people who claim asylum in this country have passed through multiple safe countries across Europe before they end up in the north of France. And we've seen claims go down in Europe and increase here in the UK. And I would just encourage her to remember that we are opening safe and legal routes. The whole point of these reforms is to disincentivise the journeys that lead to criminals earning a lot of money and people being in the north of France, and to move to a system where we have safe legal routes. We've accepted people as refugees before they set foot on UK soil, so that when they come here they can earn and contribute and be fully integrated through models like community sponsorship, which we know work.
Martin Wrigley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I thank the Home Secretary for sharing her experiences earlier and thoroughly condemn that sort of behaviour she described against her. It's unacceptable in any case. The Secretary of State has described rapid decisions on appeals. Does she also believe, as I do, that rapid decision-making on the initial application of asylum seekers should be promoted and highlighted? And would she consider putting a timed target, a timescale target, for decision in a matter of weeks and not years in place with her department? And her remarks on Ukrainian guests over the weekend. She described them going home when peace broke out. May I remind her that peace will not mean safety? Please can she assure the House that a more considered and considerate response may be found? And will she meet with me and Ukrainian guests to resolve that issue?
Well, let me just say to him on Ukraine, a point that I think was not understood fully by those that were questioning me at the weekend. It is a bespoke scheme created only for Ukrainians with its own rules. It's not subject to what we have set out in the asylum policy statement, because he will know, as is the position in relation to our discussions with the Ukrainian government, these individuals are welcome in our country so that we can keep them safe. They're not classed as refugees because they're here temporarily on that scheme. We will always uphold our obligations under that scheme. We supported it in opposition as well. He is right on the point about rapid decisions. It's important that decisions made at first instance, but also through an appeals process, are of high quality. That is one of the ways that we have to make sure that they don't get constantly appealed. But our current system means that even though we've made huge progress on decreasing the backlog on initial decisions, the appeals backlog has grown. And over time, as people sit in the appeals queue, more rights are accrued. And unlike any other type of legal order in this country, the order to leave this country being not complied with still allows people to accrue more rights in the interim. We do not run a good and effective appeal system at the moment. It's why we're going to create a new one, but I can assure him that at its heart will be early legal advice, truly independent adjudicators making the decisions, but doing so in a way that allows them to fast-track claims that have a low chance of success, make sure that the right decision is made quickly, one claim, one appeal, with a certain outcome at the end, not subject to years and years of a merry-go-round around the courts.
And before I call the next member, can I just ask, make a plea that we keep questions and answers concise? Luke Akehurst.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I wholeheartedly welcome the measures which I believe will tackle a failure by the previous government to maintain one of the most basic fundamental functions of government, control of our borders. My constituents in North Durham are worried and they're angry about the proliferation of HMOs to house asylum seekers locally in towns and villages which already have significant social and economic problems. Will these measures lead to lower demand from the Home Office for this type of housing for asylum seekers and the return of these HMOs over time to use as family homes for local people who need affordable housing?
Home Secretary.
Well, I can say that the totality of the reforms we believe will lead to less pressure on accommodation. So I think the short answer to his question on HMOs is yes, but I do recognise the problems that he notes, because HMOs are a big problem in my own constituency too.
Lewis Cocking.
you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I really do thank the Home Secretary for her statement. Broadly, this is a tiny step in the right direction, but does not go far enough. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, to truly show the Home Secretary is listening to the British people, does she agree with me that if you enter this country illegally, you should never be allowed to stay?
We will always abide by our obligations under the Refugee Convention, and we do believe in offering sanctuary, but we make no apology for the fact that those who enter illegally by crossing through the Channel will have a longer path to settlement. We are deliberately incentivising other safe and legal routes into the country to show that that is the proper way to seek sanctuary in this country, not pay criminals a lot of money and put your own life at risk.
John MacDonald.
When we introduce new legislation and new procedures, it's important we calculate the implications and where it could lead us to. Like my old friend for Vauxhall, I work with, and have done for decades, to be frank, with asylum families, and in particular the children. And what I find is the children are extremely traumatised. And what we try to do to them is give them security and peace of mind for the family. Now what will happen is every 30 months, that security could be undermined and they could face the removal. Could I ask my right honourable friend whether or not she's consulted the Children's Commissioner, or education psychologist or others about the implications of what she's saying today? And the other issue as well is that in the past she's mentioned forced removement of families. I just remind my colleagues, in the past that was happening, and the families were often detained in Holmesworth Detention Centre. I used to visit the children. That was one of the most distressing experiences I've had as an MP. Could she give me the assurance that no child will be placed in detention as a result of this policy change?
Home Secretary.
Well, let me tell him, firstly, there will be a full equality impact assessment for all of these measures in the usual way. And as the consultations take place and as the legislation is drafted and then debated in this House, I'm sure all of the individuals that he has said, has mentioned, will have their say. I would expect them to as well. I would just gently remind him that when we're talking about the asylum system today, we're not just talking about those who arrive illegally on small boats. We're also talking about people who arrive on visitor visas, on student visas and on work visas, who the minute those visas come to an end immediately claim asylum. We know that the relative generosity of that route, the effective automatic permanent settlement after 5 years, is one of the things that attracts that behaviour. It is right that we clamp down on that and disincentivise people trying to stay in this country in that way, and instead incentivise people who will come through safe and legal routes. As I say to him, as we get order and control in the system, the safe and legal routes will start relatively modest, but I do anticipate them growing more generous and growing over time, because this country is fundamentally open, tolerant and generous.
Sammy Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the honest and realistic assessment which the Secretary of State has made today in relation to the broken asylum system and also the division which immigration is causing across the United Kingdom. She has been innovative in some of the proposals which she has made, but only time will tell whether the potential loopholes will undermine the honourable objective which she has set, namely to cut back on illegal immigration. In my view, the only way of doing that is to make sure that people who enter this country breaking the law get returned immediately. But on the issue of the ECHR and its the expanded interpretation, can she give us an assurance that whatever changes she makes in that will apply fully to Northern Ireland, where unfortunately the previous government embedded the ECHR in the Windsor framework and has proven already to be a means of undermining immigration policy?
Well, I can assure him that the Minister for Immigration has met with his counterparts in the devolved administrations, and we will keep all of those conversations going, because this is a reserved matter rather than a devolved one. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I just say, in case the microphone did not pick up my answer to my honourable friend on the detention of children, I can give him that assurance that he sought in his question.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do urge caution. We're in this predicament because the very people who championed Brexit failed to warn of the consequences of leaving the Dublin Agreement. Since the EU has moved on and will introduce its asylum and migration management regulations next summer.
Instead of creating insecurity, what discussions has the Home Secretary had with the EU as to how we can explore how we work with the regulations to protect our human rights and responsibilities through this progressive and pragmatic approach?
Home Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. Countries across Europe are tightening up their rules, and it is important that we do not become or remain an outlier. And in fact, it is a regular complaint of many of our counterparts in Europe that at least 30% of those who travel across Europe are seeking ultimately to come here to the United Kingdom. It is something that has come up in all of the conversations I've had with multiple counterparts across Europe, and it is one of the reasons why we have to make sure that we can have a system that works and that we get our own house in order.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A constituent wrote to me asking whether I could get a wriggle on with his EUSS application. We checked out with the Home Office and it turns out that he was subject to a live deportation order. In fact, it was issued in 2017 and we did deport him. Somehow he got back into the country and made his application. I said to the Home Secretary's predecessor that if she was prepared to, with a stroke of her pen, reenact that deportation order, I was prepared to drive him to the airport myself. Now that we've got a Home Secretary that's going to get a grip of this situation, I offer the same thing again.
Home Secretary. Get a bus.
Well, I look forward to welcoming his application to join immigration enforcement. If he wants to write to me about that specific example, I will look into it. I know that the systems at the Home Office need a lot of tightening up. It is work that actually my predecessor started when she brought in a new permanent secretary into the department to make the necessary changes, and it is the work that I will continue.
Ian Lavery.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I agree with my right honourable friend that this system is absolutely smashed to smithereens. It's smashed to smithereens because of 14 years of destruction from the benches opposite. But of course we all want to see the control of our borders. We want to stop the boats. We want to see better, safer, legal routes. But I appeal to my right honourable friends and honourable friends on the front bench. When the opposition parties, the Tories, Reform UK, not to mention that odious racist Chancellor, bankrolled by the world's wealthiest man, are championing our policies, is it not time to question whether we're actually in the right place?
I have a lot of time and high regard for my honourable friend, and what I would say to him is he shouldn't allow mischief making by those that he names to throw him or our party off course. I hope that he will have heard the support from our own backbenches today, from members of Parliament who can see that these are changes that are necessary to fix the very broken system that he agrees that we have. And I would just ask for people, please don't keep repeating the name of a man who doesn't even think I'm English. I find that very offensive, and I would just ask everyone to refrain from doing so. We don't need to do that, and we do not need to go there. Don't fall for the mischief that others are making here. We know there is a broken system. It is our solemn responsibility as a Labour Party and as a Labour government to get on with fixing it.
Charlotte Kane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I agree the asylum system is broken, and I welcome the commitment to safe and legal routes for people to seek asylum. But there is much in this bill that I think is cruel, impractical and won't work. I pick out one example, is making people have reviews every 2.5 years for 20 years. Yeah. It's cruel because those people are not going to be able to get a sense of security and safety. It's counterproductive because those people are going to struggle to get good quality, secure, high-paid jobs and contribute to our society. And it won't work. We already know that the Home Office can't cope with what it's currently having to do. My casework is full of people whose papers, when they're trying for immigration status, their papers get lost. The digital right to work system doesn't work properly. We've got a backlog in the asylum claim. How are you going to make this work?
Secretary.
I'm making changes that I will ensure will work. Let me assure her of that. And secondly, what I would say to her is I make no apology for disincentivizing routes into this country, which basically make people smugglers very, very rich men and fuel other disgusting crimes across Europe and in this country as well. It is right that we reserve a privileged status for those who get into work and education, as refugees on core protection will be able to do, and also those who come via safe and legal routes. That should be the proper way that people come into this country. It has better integration outcomes as well.
Nadia Whittam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier today, the Home Secretary advised that I wait for the detail of the reforms before criticising them. Well, now the detail's out, and I'm afraid it doesn't reassure me in the slightest. It's hard to know where to begin when so much of what has been announced flies in the face of decency and compassion, but I'll focus on family reunion. Limiting access to family reunion for refugees will force children and spouses into the hands of the very people smugglers that the Home Secretary is seeking to smash. It will push them into unsafe dinghies, risking their lives. Would she be comfortable with this?
Home Secretary.
Well, I would urge her to look at the proposals on protection, work and study, and also on safe and legal routes. It is right that we try to pivot to a more humane system that privileges those who come not via paying people smugglers a lot of money. And on family reunification, let me just say to her this. British citizens at the moment have to meet thresholds and various qualifying tests before they can apply for family reunion. I think it is right that we bring the position in relation to refugees through the protection, work and study route to the same level.
And before I call the next member, members will have seen how many people are on their feet, and I will be needing to finish this statement by 8 o'clock. So please bear that in mind if I want to get everybody in, which I do. Paul Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome a sizable amount of what the Home Secretary has said today and is trying to do. Earlier this year, the Immigration Asylum Chamber of the Upper Tribunal, in the case of IX, reiterated the established administrative law requirements that government decision-making in asylum cases be proportionate and reasonable, and not expose individuals to prolonged or indefinite uncertainty, what the Home Office used to criticise under the Tories, in fact, as a lengthy limbo period. So can the Home Secretary clarify how her proposal to require a 20-year period before someone granted asylum may obtain a permanent right to remain complies with these fundamental principles?
Home Secretary.
I do believe it does comply with those principles. At the moment, at the end of the 5 years, there is already supposed to be a safe country review. We will bring that forward and we will make the safe country review a real thing. But as I've said to him and other members, we will also create alongside the core protection route, the protection work and study route as well, because we want to encourage people to make a contribution to this country.
Emma Foodie.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In a previous life, I was a 999 call taker with the ambulance service and had the awful experience of answering a call to a distraught family desperate for help. But I couldn't help them. I couldn't help them save their loved one. And why? Because they couldn't understand the life-saving instructions which I was trying to give them over the phone due to the language barrier. Does the Home Secretary agree with me that there is nothing progressive about defending a status quo where vulnerable people are unable to access emergency services due to an inability to speak our language?
Home Secretary.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I endorse every word that she just said.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Common Travel Area allows movement across the UK, Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. It's been reported in the Irish media that a UK Home Office official briefed the Irish Department of Justice last Thursday in regards to what the Home Secretary was bringing forward. Can I ask her, what's the Irish Government's response to her proposals?
Home Secretary.
I'm afraid I don't recognise the briefing that he refers to.
Clive Efford.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I can recall a predecessor of my right honourable friend who described the Home Office as not being fit for purpose, and I've never known a time when there wasn't a backlog of cases with the Home Office. And this set of proposals is going to require people's cases to be reviewed every 30 months. Is that a realistic aim? And is she clear that she can make the Home Office fit for the purpose she set out today?
Home Secretary.
Well, we're already supposed to do safe country reviews, and we will ensure that they are done every 2.5 years. We will also ensure that wherever possible, refugees move into the protection work and study route instead. And I just say to him, I recognise the phrase not fit for purpose. I've been very clear that I don't think the Home Office is fit for purpose yet. There is new management at the Home Office. They're getting on with making the changes that are necessary, and I will ensure it is both fit for purpose and able to enact the reforms that I've set out today.
Lara Sultana.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sivanandan warned, and I quote, "What Enoch Powell says today, the Conservatives say tomorrow, and Labour legislates the day after. Seizing valuables belonging to asylum seekers, making refugees wait 20 years before they can apply to settle permanently, and deporting entire families, including children, who have built new lives here because their country of origin is deemed safe. These measures are straight out of the fascist playbook." The Home Secretary has described herself as a child of immigrants, so I ask her, is she proud to introduce measures that punish and persecute desperate and vulnerable people seeking sanctuary? And how does it feel to kick away the ladder and be praised by fascist Tommy Robinson? And I must add, he has a...
Order, Home Secretary. Home Secretary. Order, Home Secretary.
I'm just going to clarify a point of fact. She said I described myself as a child of immigrants. It's not a description, it's just a statement of fact. And everything else she said is beneath contempt.
Madam Deputy Speaker, migrants make immeasurable contribution to our communities. In Manchester, Russian, Wendy, who has Jamaican heritage, is a community health champion. Najma from Somalia leads local initiatives to tackle knife crime. And Hafsa grew up in the Middle East and leads nature improvements projects. So does my right honourable friend agree that the language we use to talk about immigration must reflect the important role immigrants play in the functioning of our nation?
Home Secretary.
I absolutely agree about the contribution that migrants and refugees make to our country, and it is precisely the reason that I'm making these reforms, because I can see a broken system that is creating deep division across our country, and I think it is important we not only fix this system but make sure that we retain public consent for having an asylum system at all.
Jim Allister.
At an earlier point in this debate, the Home Secretary said that nothing matters more to her than holding our own country together. Does she therefore accept that to succeed, her reforms must operate equally across the whole United Kingdom, including her adjustments to Article 8 of the European Convention? And if so, how is that application to be secured in Northern Ireland, given the impeding effect of Article 2 of the Windsor Framework? How is that going to be achieved?
Secretary.
All of the measures in the asylum policy statement are compliant with the Windsor Framework.
Anna Begum.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Deporting families after they've resettled here because their country is deemed safe is simply wrong. Could the Home Secretary tell us how the government determines what a safe country is, and will she publish the criteria? And given that she mentioned the DRC earlier, is she really saying it is a safe country over there? And will she also publish all existing returns agreements so that members of this House and indeed the British public can properly scrutinise them? I have done the reading and it's not in the detail.
Home Secretary.
Well, we already do safe country reviews, so we would seek to continue that. They are publicly available in terms of our position on different countries, and in fact mostly pass through secondary legislation in this House. I make no apology for a system that will privilege in the future those who come to this country through a safe and legal route rather than those who pay people smugglers thousands of pounds and end up in the north of France instead. And the point on visa sanctions is related to the fact that many countries do not comply with us when we seek to return people lawfully to their own countries, and this is just one of the tools that we have at our disposal to have compliance with those countries so that they do take their own people back.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the UK's historical and ongoing involvement in unlawful military interventions alongside allies such as the United States and Israel, how does the Home Secretary assess the correlation between these foreign policy actions and wars, and the displacement of populations resulting in increased numbers of refugees and asylum seekers arriving in the UK? And what steps will her government make toward proactive peace-building initiatives and the restoration of overseas humanitarian aid, which could address the root causes of displacement and reduce the long-term pressures on our asylum system?
Home Secretary.
Well, the government always plays its full part in peace processes wherever we can. We put our shoulder to the wheel on the delicate and diplomatic efforts that are required to bring conflicts to an end. But that is not actually what is relevant for what we're discussing today. We have a broken system today. We have thousands of people stuck in the system today. And we have thousands of people coming on boats through the north of France through reasons that are nothing to do with the British government. But we still fulfil our international obligations, and we will do so going forward as well, but I make no apology for wanting to move to a system where we incentivise safe and legal routes instead.
Paulette Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I agree with the Government that we desperately need to tackle the issue of illegal migration. I hear this at the doors and see it in my mail each week in Birmingham, Erdington. Can the Home Secretary tell us how, after these proposed changes come into force, how quickly will the Government ensure that safe legal routes are in place, because this will be the key to stopping the boats? And also, how will the Government deal with the issue of those that have claimed that they are minors, but they're clearly not? And that is another massive issue. Thank you, Madam Deputy Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend. We are moving to a system of age verification based on AI modelling, which we believe is effective in actually being able to verify someone's true age. So we are moving on that. And let me assure her, we will move to legislate on these, consult and then legislate on these measures as quickly as possible. I am seized of the need to move quickly to restore public confidence. And as we get order and control into the system, we will start opening up the safe and legal routes. They will be modest to begin with, but they will grow and be more generous over time as we restore order and control.
Sarah Perchin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Daresbury Asylum Hotel in Runcorn has been emptied thanks to my by-election campaign. But what assurances can the Secretary of State give my constituents of Runcorn and Helsby that the many HMOs in Runcorn will be emptied of illegal migrants and criminals under her government, and that they will be deported without delay, never to be allowed legal entry into the UK?
Well, it is this government that is exiting hotels and will do so. It's a manifesto commitment that we will do so by the end of the Parliament, and I intend to bring that forward as much as possible. And let me say to her, we will always fulfil our international obligations, but I make no mistake for wanting to privilege safe and legal routes rather than illegal entry into the country.
Samantha Niblett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every single day I campaigned in South Derbyshire whilst a candidate and since becoming an MP last July. Immigration has been the #1 issue dividing my communities. They have either been pushed to apathy, and we're talking about Labour voters here, or they've been pushed towards reform. I cannot thank her enough for today's statement, because finally at last my constituents feel heard. But my question to her is, how frequently can they expect an update so that they can see that these promises being made today will result in delivery sooner rather than later?
Home Secretary.
Well, I thank her for her comments and her question. Let me assure her that I know that the way to build public confidence in the new system is not just to announce the reforms here, but to get on with legislating and then implementing those reforms so that her constituents, my constituents and people all across the country can see the impact and can see that we can fix this system and that the public confidence in having an asylum system at all can be retained.
Adnan Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Stripping people of the very few belongings they have left after fleeing war and persecution runs contrary to the very principle of asylum, a principle rooted in protection and compassion. So I ask the Home Secretary, how do such measures help address the real root causes of displacement and the refugee crisis: war, destabilisation, persecution and dangerous crossings?
Well, I shouldn't be surprised to see the honourable gentleman indulging in misinformation here. Let me tell him the example I used in my speech As somebody who has access to £800 a month from their family, has enough money to acquire an Audi and is not expected to contribute to the cost of his asylum support at all. I think it is right that we change that. British citizens have to give account of the assets they have before they access benefit support. I don't think that these individuals should be in a privileged position if they have access or have assets of high value. I've made it very clear when this is not about taking jewellery off people or their wedding rings and so on at the border. That will never happen, but it is right that those who have assets are asked to contribute to the cost of their asylum accommodation.
Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Under the previous government, we have had hostile policy after hostile policy, from the go-home bans to Windrush scandal to Rwanda, all of which failed to deter dangerous crossings or fix the asylum system. What is dividing communities is the constant anti-refugee rhetoric pumped into our politics, which has resulted in the vile racism that the Home Secretary has been subjected to, vile racism that I have been subjected to, vile racism that my mother has been subjected to. Let's be clear, there are some people who will never be appeased, who will constantly stir hatred in our communities. The new proposals of forcing refugees to reapply every 2 years just adds huge cost and pressure to an already overstretched system. Has the Home Secretary assessed the cost to the Home Office of processing thousands of repeated applications, an area of law in which I used to practice in, and how will this impact on an already overstretched system facing huge backlogs?
Well, let me tell her, what I think is dividing our country and communities all over our country is an unfair, out-of-control system that's putting pressure on communities across the whole of the nation, and it is incumbent on me as a Home Secretary and on this government to fix that system and to retain public consent for having an asylum system at all. And it is also my job to make sure that we have the administration capacity and the funding to enact these reforms, which we will.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. If you look at a heat map of where asylum dispersals take place, it tends to be in the city London, and then the towns and the cities of the Midlands and the North West that least have the resources to help them. And thankfully, in Stoke-on-Trent, we've got organisations like our CAB and ASHA who are doing what they can. So can I ask the Secretary of State, when she is looking at this policy in the round, as she will do, can she look at that dispersal mechanism to make sure that everyone is taking the support that they should do? And could I also go on the point around the national referral mechanism for modern slavery? It is one of the most difficult pieces to access if you are somebody who has been trafficked into this country. You need to be put in by a national first responder through a third party. Can she set out a little bit about what her changes are going to be and give an assurance that those national first responders won't be removed from that process, because they do a very good job in vetting people before they get access?
I thank my friend for his two questions. Let me assure him that we already run a dispersal model which is designed to ensure that the burden is spread out across the country, and we will carry on doing so. And on modern slavery legislation, we've already consulted. That consultation has closed, and I will be looking carefully at the responses that we have. This is a very well-intentioned, much-needed piece of legislation. I do believe that it's important that we crack down on modern slavery in our country, but it is being used to frustrate legitimate removal of people from this country. I saw that just within the first few days as Home Secretary, where I had to change policy very quickly to prevent people thwarting their referral, their removal to France under the one-in, one-out deal. That is what I have in mind, and those are the changes that we will make.
Colin Naismith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement today and for taking the bold action necessary to tackle the chaos and lack of control that we inherited in our asylum system. But does she agree with me that these changes are as much about incentivising the right behaviour by creating those capped legal routes to asylum as they are about taking tough action to break the status quo, which sees thousands of people crossing the Channel in a dangerous, uncontrolled and unfair way?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I endorse every word that he just said.
Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What measures is the Home Secretary taking to dismantle the criminal gangs exploiting both legitimate and illegitimate businesses to facilitate illegal channel crossings, and can she make details of regulation action that's being taken to prevent the use of assets such as shops on our high streets and supply of life jackets, boats and other components needed in the dangerous crossings by illegal immigrants and by criminal gangs.
Home Secretary.
I can assure that we are engaging in intense law enforcement work, both through the National Crime Agency and working collaboratively with our partners in Europe, especially in France. There have already been 350 disruptions of organised immigration crime activity. We've confiscated numerous small boats ourselves, and again working with our European partners to do so. The sum total of all of those efforts has prevented 20,000 illegal crossings across the Channel already. We will grow this work. We know it is a very important part of the picture for how we deal with the problem of small boats.
David Williams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is about fairness. My constituents across Stoke-on-Trent North and Kidsgrove are good, kind and compassionate people. We've got a proud tradition of supporting those who need our help the most, yet they know, like we all do, that the current immigration system is broken. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that, unlike the previous government, who were more concerned about campaigning on the matter, we must take action to bring back that fundamental value, our British value of fairness, so that we can resolve those issues at our borders?
Again, I agree with every word my colleague and my honourable friend has just said. Fairness and contribution, they are Labour values, they're British values, and they underpin the totality of these reforms.
David Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Home Secretary for her statement, and particularly for the commitment to new, safe, legal routes. There's been a lot of talk of morality in this discussion, and there absolutely should be. It's too important to get it wrong. So does she agree with me that tolerating a system where men, women and children are encouraged onto flimsy rubber boats to risk their lives in the English Channel when they are already safe where they are is not a moral choice?
He's absolutely right. Fixing this broken system is a moral mission for me, because I believe we cannot look the other way and pretend that it's just talking points from our political enemies that are driving division in our country. The broken system is what is driving division in our country. I am determined to put that right, to make sure we can divide our country, but also retain public consent for having an asylum system to begin with.
Daniel Francis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement to control our borders, which I know will be welcomed by the majority of constituents across Bexley and Crayford. Now, in recent months, we've seen both our police and enforcement officers, particularly in Crayford, carry out raids and work to arrest people working illegally here. So can I ask the Home Secretary to set how the measures announced today will continue to tackle that work around people working here illegally?
Well, cracking down on illegal working is absolutely crucial to all of these reforms, and to make sure that we can retain public consent for not just our asylum system but for our legal migration system as well. We've already seen a record number of raids, over 11,000 since this government took office, leading to 8,000 arrests and over 1,000 removals of those with no right to be in this country. We will build on all of that work.
Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Warrington has one of the largest communities of Hong Kongers in the country, many of whom I met with over this weekend, where they reiterated their profound concern that the BNO 5+1 scheme is at risk as a result of the government's wider agenda on tackling issues in the asylum and immigration system. Will the Home Secretary give a clear commitment to Hong Kongers that the UK is their home, that the British state will keep its promise to BNOs and Hong Konger refugees, and that the 5+1 scheme is safe?
We are committed and have always supported the repatriation of Hong Kongers. The consultation on earned settlement will be announced to this House very shortly, later this week, I believe, and I look forward to discussing that in detail with her then.
Kat Eccles.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a delegate to the Council of Europe, I will always defend the ECHR and its institution and treaties, and that's why it's important to talk about it in the correct context. In the last 45 years, the Strasbourg Court has ruled against the UK on immigration rules only 3 times, and in the latest year, for which figures are available, the number of successful human rights-based appeals represented 0.73% of all sentenced foreign national offenders. And the last time Article 8 successfully applied to block deportation was in 2020. So why does the Home Secretary believe that Article 3 and Article 8 of the ECHR are blocking the UK from controlling its borders when the data simply does not back that up?
don't think that the data relating to the Strasbourg court is necessarily reflective of what we're seeing in our own courts here at home. It is clear to us that the application of Article 8, which I know she knows is a qualified right, and it is absolutely appropriate for governments to dictate how that right is applied in their individual countries, and we will do so by bringing forward second session legislation. We think that there is a case for reform of Article 8, and there is absolutely a case for continuing the discussions with European partners at the Council of Europe on Article 3, because we are not the only country that is seeing the expansion of Article 3 have implications for the deportation, in particular of foreign national offenders. The case for reform, we think, is strong. We have the right solutions, but we are signatories to the ECHR, and we will always be so under this government.
Liam Conlon.
Madam Speaker, can I thank the Minister for her statement? And I was really proud of how my Beckenham and Penge constituency came together to welcome Ukrainian families after the conflict there through schemes such as Homes for Ukraine. I'm pleased the government has announced today to expand safe and legal routes like this, recognising the UK's responsibility and desire to support those in need and removing the need for refugees to make dangerous journeys. Can the Home Secretary set out how quickly we can expect these safe and legal routes to start operating?
Well, I would hope we can move very quickly indeed. As I've said, though, we will do so as we restore order and control to the broken system that we have at the moment. The safe and legal routes will, being candid with the House, begin modest to start with, but will grow over time. As we restore order and control to the current system, we will see those routes grow over time, and we will work with partners from across the philanthropy sector, the UN Refugee Agency, other stakeholders as well, as we design the new community sponsorship models, which will in the future bear the load of helping to bring refugees into this country and to settle them and to ultimately integrate them successfully into this country.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I draw attention to my register of interest. I acknowledge the gargantuan task the Home Secretary has to regain public confidence in our asylum system. We must ensure that, as well as fairness and contribution, that compassion is also reflected in our asylum system, which is also a quintessentially British value and is reflected in the work of charities like Napier Friends in my constituency who support those staying at Napier Barracks. My question is about the appeal reforms in relation to professionally trained adjudicators. What is the rationale for this when we already have a specialist judiciary with expertise to decide these cases, and what is it about the adjudicator model that will mean they are in a better position to decide these cases than under the current system?
Well, firstly, he does mention compassion, and I would say to him that the compassion of our reforms will be reflected in the safe and legal routes where we will accept refugees into our country through a community sponsorship model, resettle and integrate them successfully. That is what will bear the load of fulfilling our international obligations, and I know our people across our country will be proud to do so, because compassion is, he is right, a fundamental value of all of our people, but so is fairness and contribution, and taken together, these reforms, I believe, strike the right balance. And what I can say to him on the appeal system is it's completely shot to pieces at the moment. It's riven with backlogs. Even increasing judicial sitting days does not make the difference. I think it's absolutely appropriate that we design a new appeal system, independent, with early legal advice available right at the start, and where it is proper for the government to set the framework for the speed at which cases can be heard, including fast-tracking those claims that have no chance of success or are from countries which have low grant rates in the first place. He will know that listing at the moment within the current system is a matter for the independent judiciary. We would never seek to interfere with that, but with a new appeal system, we as a government will be able to set the framework for the speed at which cases are heard, as well as the provision of legal advice at the start, so we have one claim, one appeal, and certainty at the end of that process.
Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this statement today and can say very clearly to the Home Secretary she will have my complete support in implementing the measures within it and doing whatever it takes to fix our broken asylum system and secure our borders. One of the consequences of this broken system is what can only be described as the targeting of deprived communities like Hartlepool by private companies charged with providing asylum accommodation. We've started to bring the numbers down. Does the Home Secretary agree with me? That process must continue to put fairness back into our system.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. We do need to bring fairness back into the system. We need to resolve the problems with supported asylum accommodation as well. Taken together, these reforms and this government's plans on exiting hotels, getting into large sites instead, I believe will relieve the pressure that he sees in his community and across the country as well.
Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I take great pride in our country's track record of offering sanctuary to people fleeing conflict and persecution, and I know Afghans, Syrians, Ukrainians and many others who are now settled here and making great contributions to our economy and society in our hospitals, our schools and our businesses. So I welcome the Home Secretary's commitment to getting the proposed safe and legal routes working urgently. And will she also ensure that the right incentives and support are in place so that people arriving this way can integrate successfully?
I agree with my honourable friend, and as I've already set out, for those who are on court protection, we will seek to encourage people to move into the protection work and study route so that they can start contributing and integrating more effectively into this country. That will get them to a slightly earlier settlement period as well. But the bulk of these reforms will focus on safe and legal routes, which will be the most privileged route to settlement in this country. It is right that that is the case. It is the best way to integrate people into this country. The community sponsorship model is the way forward, and I look forward to working with her and others in the House as we design that and move forward.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. South Norfolk expects to have a robust and compassionate asylum process. I welcome this statement today. One of the aspects that I'm most interested in is the penultimate paragraph on page 28 of the document, which states that the new model will give greater say to communities and support refugees to settle and become self-sufficient. I was wondering if the Home Secretary could expand on what mechanisms would be put in place to make sure that happens.
Well, we will design the new system, taking all of the learnings from the Homes for Ukraine scheme and other models as well. We will work closely with the UN Refugee Agency as well as other international partners, and we will work with philanthropists and community organisations, local councils, universities, businesses and others here in this country. We know that there are people who really want to be able to sponsor refugees and play their part in offering sanctuary to those most in need. People recognise that the current system is broken. As we get to grips with the current broken system, we will be able to increase the number of people that come on safe and legal routes in the medium and long term, and that is the right future and that is the right compassionate answer, and it enables us to fulfil our international obligations as well.
Jacob Collier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary has outlined common sense measures to ensure that the British public is no longer asked to fund or accommodate foreign national offenders. At the same time, she is right that our country has a proud and long-standing tradition of offering sanctuary to those fleeing persecution. So therefore, can she confirm that the United Kingdom will send no individual back to a place where they may be tortured, killed or persecuted?
We will never send someone back to a country where they will be tortured. We will always abide by our international obligations in that regard, and we believe that the totality of the reforms that I have set out today strike the right balance between making sure that we continue to fulfil our international obligations but have a system for asylum that can retain public support for having an asylum system at all.
Steve Race.
Deputy Speaker, Exeter is a proud city of sanctuary, and we've welcomed communities of Hong Kongers, Ukrainians and Afghans over recent years. So many of my residents will be very pleased and welcome this re-establishment of safe and legal routes for refugees, which were long forgotten by the party opposite. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that safe and legal routes do offer a real sort of element of a system that has control and order in it, and can she set out how the system will be flexible in terms of when geopolitical practices change?
Well, we will always retain the flexibility to respond to particular crises, as we've done in the past, and that we supported even when the last government was in power. We will design these routes alongside international as well as domestic partners as well, to make sure that the community sponsorship model learns all of the best lessons from previous schemes and is absolutely world-class as a system, so that we can play our full part in offering people sanctuary who most need it.
Joseph.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Home Secretary's statement on how the government will make our asylum policy fit for this country. The broken immigration and asylum system under the Conservatives created an unprecedented backlog. This hindered the Home Office's ability to process legitimate cases, including nurses and care workers working in NHS and care homes who are seeking to extend their work visas. How will the Home Secretary ensure that the measures she has announced will be properly enforced so we can restore order to our borders?
Well, I can assure him it will fall to me to make sure that the system we have is capable of implementing all of these reforms. We will consult and legislate as quickly as possible, and it is on me to make sure that the Home Office can handle the work that's coming its way. But I would assure him that getting the administration is a part of the picture, but getting these reforms passed and implemented across the country is the most important thing that we can do.
Speaker, the measures that the Home Secretary has set out to restore order and fairness will be very welcome in Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland, but the overriding sentiment will be a feeling that we will believe it when we see it. I'm afraid trust is so low after years of broken promises, and so what assurances can the Home Secretary give that she will not only talk the talk but also walk the walk as well?
Oh, I can assure him I don't believe in doing anything other than walking the walk. I totally hear what his constituents will tell him. It's what I hear from my own constituents. We will believe it when we see it, because it is a low-trust environment, and over many years, trust in the immigration system overall has been degraded. It's why it's something that is causing such division today. It is on me to make sure that this package of reforms is implemented. It's on me to make sure that the Home Office is able to implement them effectively, and I would say to his constituents and people all over our country, judge us on what we deliver through these reforms.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The proposal to raise the threshold for indefinite leave to remain from 5 years to 20 is deeply concerning. At a time when far-right groups exploit fear and spread misinformation, our government should lead with compassion and fairness, not forcing some of the most vulnerable in our society to live in limbo for 2 decades. Will the Minister explain how denying security and rights for 2 decades reflects British values of justice and humanity? And what will access to services look like for people during that time?
Tell my honourable friend not to defend a status quo that sees people spend thousands of pounds paying people smugglers a ton of money to get on a boat and come across the channel through a dangerous crossing that puts their own lives and that of others at risk. I would really urge him not to defend a broken status quo, engage with the detail of these proposals, which reflect a new protection work and study route, which will be open to those who are offered core protection in this country, and that we will open new safe and legal routes as well.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Home Secretary share my concern that the scrutiny from the benches opposite is somewhat sparse this evening? But on a more serious note, can she reassure my constituents that one of the key outcomes of this statement is that we will finally bring down the taxpayers' bill for asylum accommodation? Time and again, this is a concern raised with me by my constituents, and to reduce that bill will help many feel that there is far greater fairness in our asylum system.
Well, I suspect the lower numbers on the other side are down to the fact there's not that many of them anymore. And what I would also say is he's absolutely right on the cost. Fairness and contribution are the principles that underpin this asylum policy statement. And I hope that as we bring costs down, we can retain public support for the asylum system overall.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there are quite a few things needing challenged in this statement. First off is that Britain has always been a welcoming, generous and warm place for immigrants and people seeking asylum. There will be many people from an Irish background whose ancestors faced prejudice, as there will be many Jews and Muslims that have been the victims of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. And let's not forget about the Windrush scandal. With what we have heard today, I'm afraid the government has surrendered to past discriminations and the vile rhetoric of reform that we hear today. Does the Home Secretary not see that removing the legal obligation to support asylum seekers who would be otherwise destitute is as far away from Labour Party principles and values as we can get?
Again, I would just really urge my honourable friend not to defend a broken status quo and not to defend people who commit crimes and are funded by the British taxpayer while they do so.
Jonathan Hinder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Having gangsters control who comes into our country is intolerable. It's not fair, it's not humane, it's not socialist. And my constituents in Pendle and Clitheroe say to me that they just want control. They want the politicians they send to this chamber to make the decisions on who comes into this country, not the gangsters. So can the Home Secretary reassure my constituents that she will not rest until every migrant, refugee or otherwise, comes to this country through a safe and legal route.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. He is absolutely right. There is nothing humane or socialist or indeed any other group that people might want to put themselves into about paying people smugglers a lot of money to get into a boat in the Channel. It's a dangerous thing to do. It fuels further crime. It is not the way that people should seek to come to this country, and I will not rest until the way that people come to this country to seek refuge, be granted refugee status, is through a safe and legal route instead.
Final question, Amanda.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by fully supporting the Home Secretary's statement today and in getting the balance right. In Ports of North, we've seen how quickly immigration misinformation can spread on our high streets, on local forums and even, Madam Deputy Speaker, forcing businesses to put up signs on developments to say who will be living there. This chaos took hold because the Tories never got a grip, gave up on governing and allowed division to reign across our country. Does the Home Secretary agree that our new enforcement plans and streamlined appeals system are essential not only to enable much-needed action, but also essential to restore trust and give clarity to stop refuelling misinformation division in our communities?
Well, I do agree with my honourable friend, and I endorse every word that she said, Madam Deputy Speaker.
And that concludes the statement. Point of order, Carla Denyer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State accused one of my Green colleagues of hypocrisy when, in fact, she was objecting to the warehousing of asylum seekers in military barracks, which is a position in line with Greens in the Chamber and, in fact, all major refugee rights organisations. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do wonder if the Secretary of State would like to withdraw her grossly misleading remarks and baseless accusation of hypocrisy.
Point of order, Adnan Hussain. I understand that this also relates to remarks made by the Home Secretary.
Intervention, the Home Secretary stated, and I quote, that she shouldn't be surprised to see the honourable gentleman indulging in misinformation in here. Madam Deputy Speaker, I take my responsibilities in this House extremely seriously. I'm confident that every point I raised was made in good faith, based on publicly available information, and was neither misleading nor inaccurate. May I therefore seek your guidance on how a member may respond or have the record clarified when a minister makes such characterisation without providing any evidence, clarification or correction, in particular where it risks implying dishonesty on the part of a member who has had no opportunity to respond further at that moment.
Say in response to him, I'm very happy to say it wasn't misleading, it was just wrong. So I can clarify that for the record. And let me say to the Honourable Lady opposite, I don't think, I think it's a fair point of debate to point out that the Green Party is often indulging in hypocrisy, and I shall look at carefully at what her colleague has said in relation to the large military sites. But I would say to her, the Green Party never seem to offer any solution, only commentary that does not work.
And I thank both members for their points of order, and their comments are now on the record. We now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill Committee.
No. Order.
drive.
Is it that far?
Yeah, because you can't drive straight from here to...
No. Oh, right.
You either got to go all the way up to the Pennsylvania border, or you got to go all the...
Yeah, it's about 8 hours to the border.
I tell you, I never saw more in my home state than the year when Mitch McConnell was running for re-election.
Oh, yeah.
I was down there.
I forgot.
I was way out in the counties. And I was trying to catch up with him. It was my first day there, and I'm driving a rental car to this store, gas station. Is this place I'm looking for? Is it down the road here? He goes, yeah, gone down there now. He said, it's on the right. When you come back, it's on the left.
Just in case.
My deeps.
Also, forget how big the state is. You cross with time zone, and like if my phone wasn't updating back in whenever he was running, it was like, what time is it home? Oh, shoot. So it was an hour early for whatever event I did. That's a lot better than being an hour late. Yeah.
I remember when my dad's people were from Indiana. There was part of central Indiana where, at least back in the 60s, they had a half hour. There was one area that was a miniature time zone of its own that had a half-hour difference.
It's snappy. Just to be difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Did you get to do anything fun while you were there?
Not really.
I hear you.
No, I'm gonna eat some bad Chinese food. Flew my drone, I think, for maybe the first time on assignment there.
Can't use those out here. Yeah. That's such like standard equipment.
No,
and we like never look at even think about looking at the stuff because you can't use it.
Yeah.
In fact, it's not a matter of using it and getting fined or anything. It's a matter that it's the location is just like programmed into the circuit board.
Right.
Do not fly here.
Right. Yeah, I had to fly. I think I had to fly over a coal plant, coal processing plant, and I didn't want to ask anybody for permission, because I was like, nah, it's just going to be. I only have a day. They're going to say no or make me go to their corporate office or whatever. So it was pretty cool, like parking like 3/4 of a mile down the road, just putting it up. I knew where it was. Flew over, do some shots, get out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here, wait, so
about as personal. Without that even notice. They wouldn't even notice.
Hey there.
It's one of the reasons. Right. It's so quiet.
Well, I was
and
with him. Like I ran into him.
I'm trying to track it. I lose it so easily.
And then I realized it's kind of just like, because we're like, yeah, I just would not really.
Yeah, it's like I've used it so little and such long period of time going between that. Definitely not muscle memory like cameras.
I like that other way though, the way y'all were.
Not the result of the shutdown.
You know George Steinmetz?
Yeah.
He was such a pioneer using the ultralights.
Oh, yeah.
For the geographic. Well, that's maybe been 10 years or so. He got arrested. You know, they've got those stern Taliban-like laws out in Nebraska and Oklahoma about taking pictures of feedlots and meat processing plants. And they saw him flying over a feedlot in Nebraska as soon as he landed. They hauled him off to the coast.
Literally already been something.
Yeah.
Sent.
Remember in New York during COVID when they were burying people out on the, what was the little island there?
Oh, yeah.
Where the paupers are. They were trying to put the kibosh on people flying. Anyway, our job is to show people what they can't see on their own, right?
That's wild. I never knew that they had laws like that that could actually just throw you in jail.
Yeah, they're called same for like, they're called ag gag laws.
2 hours ago.
Because those people are very powerful.
I give myself plenty of time to wander around.
Yeah.
Like, is this familiar? Yeah, somewhere down there.
Man.
See if Jeffrey's is on the list.
Hello. Not going to shoot you.
Like, there's nothing else going on.
Yeah.
Don't run off for Texas 8. Do you have much left to do?
I mean,
Okay. And all my reporting is like people defending it. Oh, he's been doing it. It's not like people like trashing. Like none of it is like.
Look, I know I've got. I imagine people will be gone.
So
Thanksgiving week. What about the week after that?
we'll be back. We'll be back working another week and a half. And as I was talking to people through the week, I was asking, and again, I'm just you know, when he could, when he I'll say, has he made a decision?
I want to, but we're unfortunately, it's not that hard.
Will it be this week?
But yeah.
So, like, sure.
That would be lovely.
So what if I come up with, you're gonna know that's what it is.
Yeah. Basically, Brian and I sit down together. Yeah. And then from there, we probably like career. Yeah. And it's like, it's
How would you know?
I
don't have any social media posts.
I get it. You gotta kind of. I have to admit, I searched up your business card. So yeah.
I think we that crazy old man you were talking to. It's called Scotty Shots.
It's kind of sad, like what a terrible photo that was. It's like sad, what a terrible photo.
It is. This is a pretty wooden.
Well, it was something.
What's back there? Control the stuff.
I lit our things.
It's like once or twice weekly.
Okay, most of the equipment runs our the big board that's out there.
That hog thing was easy.
I didn't go after 200. Like, yeah, like,
Why wasn't it it's always just because we're always listening to crime. Why did I write this? We're just girls. So we're just like, literally are. Hey. And we're Catholic. We are just girls. But we are. No, you're right. That's so true. But you've heard like the say. There's a say. Yeah.
Sometimes it works out.
It's like, but why was it so? I don't know. It really was just that. It's so funny.
Get it all right.
I just don't know when she's going to do it.
How was your weekend? Did you do anything crazy? It was dreadful. No. I hate that.
Because I'm going to be out in 7.
Well, they each have different she probably lenses on them. They kind of correspond to different working distances. Low, medium, telephoto.
But then they're having that press.
Which is the same lenses because they're what we would call fast lenses. They're very light sensitive. They let in 4 times as much light as normal professional.
Which is exactly the same.
She's just trying to see exactly what can work. And I can also use settings that allow much better quality, color. I can work out in those hallways without a flash. Sort of thing.
That's awesome.
Last time was a mess. I can't remember if it was because people went
Spectrum.
That's right. I remember some people tried.
Okay. Then no change. Just as is. But no, I'm sorry that your weekend was dreadful. Do you have something to look forward to?
So you gotta make sure like
there you go.
hit it like happy wife, happy life.
I'm just gonna
because like
no, I know. Nor do I. Like that's
so, but that's just like so like any of the
Which one was that?
but to arrive sometimes goes
which one I like more.
I think it's my favorite. She probably will still talk that
I just truly of course it's kind of I didn't forget that. Which is just
right.
The world music's latest one. It's like 8 people. It's the end of the world by themselves.
Yes, thank you.
Gather together.
How are you?
It's supposed to be tomorrow. Ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely gonna wear different shoes tomorrow. It's gonna be a sneakers day.
sorry, my friend from high school. I don't know how you
I don't know why I wore pants today. I was like, why not? I thought it was gonna be chill. And then we're at the energy department. I'm not.
Yeah, I don't forget what it says.
Yeah. I'm like,
These are all welcoming ceremony.
I'm getting quickly. She didn't like it.
Yeah, that guy. Supposedly not, we were thinking, but Wednesday does make more sense. Might go to the center. That is not good. Maybe they'll move it in. Somewhere.
You'd only make it better.
They won't have it.
Also, this is Sarah. She's this is Andrew. He's a friend of mine.
They probably won't want the umbrellas up. They can't have it. They can't.
Oh, okay. We're gonna play that card.
get them girl. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why, like, that's why.
You wouldn't hit a guy with glasses. Yeah.
I'm a girl.
Yeah, but I also wear. I wear them like this. Yeah. Although actually, if you're just like down, I've literally never seen that glasses. That's crazy. Oh, you're not that week ago. That's cool. That's I was here. No, I know. I was gonna say like my glasses, like if you're so strong, those glasses don't actually right?
I'm about to play lifting now.
My actual set of strong like I dated her for a while before I like saw her.
They tend to
The basement. Your face looks really
my face.
It took me like 6 months of just coming here with the purpose to expressly like get lost.
That's probably what I'm gonna do.
I'll have to do an entire day of just like them giving me locations and seeing if I can get there.
It's going so good. You know, blonde was good or hard? Okay. Oh, I just started up.
I know, I'm in the too.
Cool.
No, you're good.
Always. Hey, Leah.
Cool. Sounds good. Cool. Likewise. Please do. Anything might be good.
so much.
That's not true. I mean, I tweeted a couple times. I said, you Trader Joe, but you're sweet as cheese. You know that's where temperature is profound. I will get the milk chocolate right. Just as color. From the salt.
So it was really warm.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much salt intake.
That's good to hear.
Oh, Trader Joe. Oh, no.
They granted it though.
Unless the lady. How are you feeling now?
Pretty good. Like I could definitely use a whole bunch. I'm like now doing all the things that I've been loving right now. I feel like probably something more instead of 4 o'clock now.
TMZ exclusive. Nicki Minaj from Barbie World to Worldwide. Rapper from the US.
Whatever. Yeah, it's clear.
Saturday or Monday night quarterback.
It's immediately.
The next
Like he started talking about it. Let's say that we're too inside. We're too.
Did you guys stick on it?
Yeah, we
Well, that's I-95, right?
It was really rough, but yesterday was hard. So they stayed behind to see the boys.
Did the Alexandria have with me and people went there?
I'm just waiting.
Yeah.
So yeah, my friend is doing exactly.
I'm not just I don't think they were.
Yeah, how'd the twins do it? Just kind of to wrangle them. Oh, it's on the road too. It's not early.
Thank you.
Buy some miracle. Thanks.
Yeah. I hope it's Mariano from.
Okay. People don't want to ask you questions. They'll be glad to take the floor.
Heads up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. The Affordable Care Act tax credits expire next month, and Republicans are out of excuses. Because of the Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, tens of millions of Americans are about to experience dramatically increased premiums, co-pays, and deductibles. In some cases, everyday Americans are going to experience their premiums increasing by $1,000 or $2,000 per month. These are working class and middle class Americans. Those increases will be unaffordable. Everyday Americans will be unable to go see a doctor when they need one. And yet Republicans continue to bury their heads in the sand and are unwilling to address the affordability crisis that is crushing the American people. This from a group of folks, these extremist Republicans, who spent all of last year lying to the American people, saying to everyday Americans that they were going to lower costs on day one. But we know under Donald Trump and complete Republican control of the House and the Senate, costs haven't gone down in America, costs have gone up. Housing costs, out of control. Grocery costs, out of control. Electricity bills, out of control. And now healthcare premiums, skyrocketing, out of control because of Republican inaction and an unwillingness to do anything to make life better for the American people. The Trump tariffs have been a complete disaster. As we approach Thanksgiving and the holiday season, food costs are skyrocketing through the roof, and everyday Americans are experiencing thousands of dollars in additional expense. The economic policies of Donald Trump and the Republican Party have been a complete and total failure. That's why they were routed across the country, thoroughly destroyed by the electorate in state after state after state, because they've done nothing to make life more affordable for everyday Americans, and they've done everything to make life more expensive. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Earlier today, President Trump posted on Truth Social with regard, I'm trying to pull it up, with regard to the Indiana Republicans not redistricting their map, that Democrats are trying to steal seats everywhere, and we're not going to let that happen. I want to get your response to that. I also want to get your response to him saying we must keep the majority at all costs. How do you interpret that message, and do you believe that Democrats should fight back against that effort at all costs, or what lines are there for Democrats responding to this effort of Donald Trump pressing Indiana Republicans and other Republican state legislators to redraw their maps to kind of steal seats, as you've characterized it, from Democrats in 2026?
Yeah, we've made clear from the very beginning that as Democrats, we are not going to let Donald Trump and Republicans gerrymander congressional maps all across the country as part of their effort to rig the midterm elections. Why has Donald Trump launched this extraordinary and unprecedented effort to gerrymander congressional maps throughout the country? They're the ones that claimed heading into this year they had this big, broad, beautiful mandate. Where is it? It was nowhere to be found on Election Day. Destroyed in Virginia, in New Jersey, in New York, in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, in Mississippi, in California with Prop 50, up and down the ballot and all across the country. The reason why Donald Trump is in full panic mode is because he knows the majority in the House of Representatives is gone. And he's doing everything he can to try to cheat his way to an artificial victory. By the way, this same group of people, this is the lesson that they learned. We came into this year and everyone was talking about how the Democratic Party was dead. Really? As far as I can tell, in the House, the only reason why Republicans have their narrow majority right now is because they stole 3 seats from the people of North Carolina in mid-decade redistricting last year. That's the lesson that they've learned. Because their policies are unpopular, the outcomes are unpopular, they've delivered nothing for the American people. These folks have been a complete and total disaster. And Democrats are the ones leaning in to making life better for the American people, to driving down the high cost of living, to confronting the Republican health care crisis and cleaning up corruption so we actually can deliver a government that makes life better for the American people. So Donald Trump is in full and complete panic mode right now. And so he's lashing out at the people of Indiana, apparently, and beyond. Because these extremists didn't think that Democrats were going to forcefully respond. But I said it from this podium months ago when people were trying to suggest that Democrats did not have the capacity to deal with this issue. Guess what? We did. And now we've seen action in California. We're going to see action in other states like Virginia and Maryland and Illinois. We've seen action in Utah. We see a lawsuit in New York. We're going to continue to forcefully and creatively respond. It's not even clear that Republicans are going to net a single seat when this is all said and done. As a matter of fact, it might even be the opposite. And it will serve them well. They started this, we're finishing it.
Leader. Mr. Leader, two questions. One on health care. The president said over the weekend that he's had some conversations with Democrats about some type of direct payment plan, giving money back to people. Have you had any conversations with the president, or are you aware if he's had any conversations with members? And then secondly, on Epstein, the president also just said a short time ago that he might be willing to sign this measure if it clears both chambers. If that is the case, are you comfortable with whatever information is in the Epstein files if it involves or potentially implicates Democrats?
Donald Trump appears to have chickened out on the Epstein scandal. He's caved. It's a complete and total surrender. Because as Democrats, we made clear from the very beginning, the survivors and the American people deserve full and complete transparency as it relates to the lives that were ruined by Jeffrey Epstein, who was a monster, and all of those folks who were dealing with him. The wealthy and the well-off. And people who are going to be exposed in full transparency. That's been our commitment from the very beginning. And it's closer to happening this week. The House will act decisively. The Senate needs to act. And Donald Trump just needs to step out of the way and let the chips fall where they may. Now, in terms of the first part of your question, I have no idea what Donald Trump is talking about. I certainly haven't had a conversation with him. I have no visibility into Leader Schumer having a conversation with him. I don't know a single member of the House Democratic Caucus who's had a conversation with Donald Trump. These people continue to bury their heads in the sand and then lie to the American people. This is not that complicated. Time has run out as it relates to extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits. The most viable path forward is for those Republicans, all we need is a handful, to join our discharge petition, just like a handful joined the discharge petition related to Jeffrey Epstein and those files. All we need is a few Republicans to join the House Democratic Caucus discharge petition, and we can extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for 3 years to provide the American people with the certainty that they need that their health care costs are not going to explode.
Leader Jeffries.
Hold on. Thanks. Third row.
Thank you. Congresswoman Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez has moved to formally disapprove of Congressman Jesus Troy Garcia for his kind of maneuvering with his re-election bid. I'm curious what's your stance on that and whether you're telling Democrats to vote against formally reprimanding him.
I strongly support the motion to table that will be brought this evening, and I expect that it will succeed.
Leader Jeffries.
Thanks. Third row.
Do you think that the manner in which Congressman Garcia retired abruptly for only his chief of staff to take his place, do you think that was wrong?
Here's what I think. The American people are focused on the high cost of living in the United States of America. That's what they're focused on. The affordability crisis, that's what the results were all about during the first Tuesday of this month, when Republicans were select throughout the country, because they had failed on the economy, and Democrats actually have a vision all over the country to drive down the high cost of living and deal with the affordability crisis that exists in the United States of America. As House Democrats, that's what we're going to continue to focus on. I do not support this so-called resolution of disapproval, and I strongly support Congressman Chuy Garcia. He's been a progressive champion in disenfranchised communities for decades, including during his time in Congress, and he's made life better for the American people.
Thanks, Leader. You put forward a 3-year extension proposal for ACA subsidies. Some Republicans have put forward alternative proposals that don't go as far in terms of the time, the length. I'm wondering, would you be willing to potentially accept or work through a negotiation on a shorter amount of time frame, if you end up getting Republicans' support for something like that?
Time has run out in terms of the games that Republicans have played as it relates to extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits. Now in July, Republicans rushed back to Washington. Why? So they could enact the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. In the same bill, they ripped $186 billion in funding from SNAP, the largest cut to nutritional assistance in American history. And in doing so, literally stole food from the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans. And all of that was done, setting in motion closures of hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers. All of that was done in that one big ugly bill. Why? So that Republicans could reward their billionaire donors with massive tax breaks. And then they made those tax breaks permanent. Those massive tax breaks for their billionaire donors, they were scheduled to expire on December 31st, the same day as the expiration of the Affordable Care Act tax credits. But Republicans could not be bothered to keep health care affordable for working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans. These extremists are unserious, and they refuse to take yes for an answer over and over and over again. Leader Schumer put forth a very reasonable proposal, a 1-year extension, plus a bipartisan commission to discuss what happens relative to health care affordability moving forward. Republicans rejected it because they're unserious. And so our proposal about the path forward is our proposal about the path forward, a clean 3-year extension.
Leader Jeffries.
Thanks.
Why should Americans trust you and House Democrats on the Jeffrey Epstein files when one of your own, Congresswoman Plaskett, was found to be texting with Jeffrey Epstein during a hearing, getting information from him, using that in her questioning during a congressional hearing, and at one point he tells her, "Good job."
This is a bipartisan effort to make sure that, consistent with what the survivors have requested, that there's full and complete transparency, and every single predator who may be in those Justice Department files doesn't escape accountability.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. New York City Councilman Chi Osei filed paperwork today to run against you to represent Brooklyn. He has said that Democratic leadership has failed to effectively fight against President Donald Trump. What's your response?
Come on in, the water is warm.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. I wanted to ask, Representative Burchett and Speaker Johnson alleged that Democrats blocked the UC last week to release the Epstein files. Any comment on that? And did Democrats block that unanimous?
I have no idea what Mike Johnson is talking about. He didn't pick up the phone and call me about a damn thing relative to the Epstein files. This guy has been blocking the release of the Epstein files for 7 or 8 weeks. The House has literally been out of session. Republicans have been on a taxpayer-funded vacation for 7+ weeks, refused to swear in Representative Adjudicator Grijalva. Why did they do that? Because they knew she would trigger an up or down vote on the release of the Epstein files, as she has now done. And we're supposed to believe Mike Johnson's crying wolf now, saying all along it was Republicans who wanted to release the Epstein files. give me a break. It's not serious. These people are not serious. And we shouldn't tolerate the fact that they continue to lie to the American people on all of the things, on all of the issues. Their lies is what has gotten them in trouble. It's the reason why Republicans were beaten like a piñata on Election Day across America. And why Republicans are going to lose control of the House of Representatives next year, as I predicted earlier this year. Thanks.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. So there's been some backlash over the shutdown ending, people calling Democrats cowardly or spineless. So I wanted to ask, ahead of midterms, what's next for the party from here?
Who has suggested that? And who have they said that about?
There's been a lot of...
I'm just asking for the sources. I can't answer a question unless you actually give me the sources so I understand the context of what you're talking about. Was that directed at House Democrats?
It's directed at House Democrats, Senate Democrats, Democrats in office. There's just a lot of online murmurings on TikTok, X, everywhere.
Online murmurings on TikTok and X aren't anything that I can respond to. What I can respond to is the fact that Democrats in the House, partnering with Democrats in the Senate, have waged a courageous battle on behalf of the health care of the American people, fighting to protect Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, our hospitals, our nursing homes, our community-based health centers, and the fact that it's Democrats who believe in this great country of ours that access to high-quality and affordable health care cannot simply be a privilege that is available only to the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. Health care has to be a right that's available to every single American. And the American people know that we're on their side in the context of that health care fight. And by the way, Democrats have been winning elections despite all of the exaggerated news of our demise since January of this year with the special election in Iowa. That was in January in a district that Donald Trump had just won by 21 points. And then we won a special election in New York by 30 points. In February, a special election in Pennsylvania. And then we won a special election in Wisconsin, a state that Donald Trump had just won. That was in April. And we won it by 11 points. In Wisconsin, a swing state. That never happens. In April, and then in May, we won a special election in Omaha, defeated a 3-term Republican incumbent, elected the first African-American ever to be the mayor of the all-American city of Omaha. On and on and on. Since January, what do you not get about what's happening in America? And the fact that the American people have rejected Republican extremism, and over and over and over again, time and time again, through the most recent election, embracing Democratic candidates, the Democratic platform, and the Democratic Party.
Our House
Sorry, Devin, and then
Obviously, there's no commitment at this point for any sort of action on this Epstein bill over on the Senate side. If it gets a veto-proof majority, if we're talking 100-some-odd Republicans and they don't take it up over there, what does that tell you? What is your reaction?
Well, I think it's going to be important for Senate Republicans to follow the lead of what is going to be a strongly bipartisan vote in the House. Obviously led by Representative Massey and by Rowe. And I'm thankful for the leadership of both of them. But it's going to be strongly bipartisan in the House, and it probably will be a veto-proof number, certainly given the fact that Donald Trump has just caved once again, spectacularly and publicly, and now wants to pretend, lie to the American people, that Donald Trump all along has been interested in the Epstein files released. Really? Literally, just a few days ago, you summoned Lauren Boebert to the Situation Room to try to continue the Jeffrey Epstein cover-up. Think about this. This is where we're at in America. John F. Kennedy, who created the Situation Room, and was in the Situation Room in 1963 during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Bill Clinton, in the Situation Room, dealing with the tragedy of the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995. President Barack Obama, in the Situation Room in 2011, during the successful raid on Osama bin Laden in Pakistan. But in 2025, this is what it's come to in America. Donald Trump is using the Situation Room to advance the cover-up of the Jeffrey Epstein files. This is why Republicans are being rejected all across the country. These are both unserious and dangerous people at the same time.
Saudi Prince Mohammed bin Salman is meeting with the president tomorrow, and there's talk of him coming to the Hill. If you had the opportunity, would you participate in such a meeting? And just in general, what's your response to him coming up here? Possibly?
Yeah, I haven't had the opportunity to formally review any invitation relative to a possible visit to the Hill, but you know, I'll review it in good faith, as we always do with respect to foreign leaders.
Do you have any concern, just given his involvement in previous years in the killing of the Washington Post journalist?
I look forward to having that conversation with Gregory Meeks and Adam Smith and Jim Himes about what would be the appropriate approach.
Thank you.
The clock's already ticking towards January 30th. Can you report on any progress on the appropriations bills? Are we making any progress on minibus 2? You know, the Senate's going to be out for Thanksgiving, Christmas. I'm just wondering if we're going to be facing another shutdown sort of scenario.
Well, our approach as it relates to the upcoming government funding deadline on January 30th is going to be the same as it's always been. We reject a my way or the highway approach. But we, of course, as Democrats, are willing to lean in to finding a bipartisan path forward to enact a spending bill that meets the needs of the American people in the area of health, public safety, and their economic well-being, which means finding ways to drive down the high cost of living and reverse the failed Republican policies that have made life more expensive in the United States of America. At the same period of time, the deadline that we're focused on, well in advance of January 30th of next year, is December 31st of this year. It's time for Republicans to actually do something to make life more affordable for the American people. And the path in front of us is to partner with Democrats and extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits so that tens of millions of people do not experience their health insurance premiums dramatically increasing to the point of unaffordability. Because if that happens, it affects everybody across America. In fact, I think the 10 states most impacted if the Affordable Care Act tax credits are allowed by Republicans to expire are West Virginia, Wyoming, Alaska, Mississippi, Tennessee, Texas, Alabama, South Carolina, North Dakota, and South Dakota. The 10 states most impacted by the expiration of the Affordable Care Act tax credits. So this is not a partisan issue for us. This is a patriotic fight to protect the health care affordability of the American people in the midst of a devastating Republican health care crisis that is ruining lives, including in rural America, all across our great country. Thank you all. Thank you.
If the president's name is not found in the Epstein files, will you accept that?
We're gonna do a baby. Oh, yeah, right, so that is. Their birthday's the 28th, but stay tuned.
Nice to be here tomorrow, right?
Like I said, now I'm like, okay, summer, do my lunches. So I think, yeah, we're gonna do baby tomorrow.
How early are you talking?
Where should we be? Do you guys work? Oh yeah, we could do that. Because you haven't eaten. And I have a meeting at 8:30. So did you want to go get it? Yeah.
8 o'clock.
I could do it now. Like, I'm sorry. And yeah, I think. Stop for lunch. I forgot.
Okay, she was at work.
It's just not
Okay, see you tomorrow.
I know that he doesn't like getting asked about the Democrat. All right.
And then tomorrow, I'm waiting for she's still your report yourself. Which one did you yeah, it's a good story.
They never let anybody they never let anybody in the courthouse here. I mean, it's, I think, I want to say like 18 years ago they did.
Oh, you're going to go to the...
No, it's just like stuff.
Oh, okay. So
there it is. Everything.
I mean, this might be high profile enough, maybe.
Got like the full shot. Our like video team is here. Our video team totally ignores me.
Good, yeah.
They're like,
How about you? I haven't seen you in a while.
Good to see you again. Never-ending story.
Yeah, every now and again I talk to Tom.
I got a reporter who wants to
hook up
stand
for
away.
lunch at some point.
Just FYI.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the good thing about you guys working the network is that you guys start early and you end early.
It's nice to say, because I mean, at the 1:30 wake-up call.
That's true.
very
You're going to turn your light, right? I'm going to turn on my light too. We'll do double power.
Anything that could put a little glimmer in their eye.
You need white, anybody?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check. 1, 2.
We're going to use that behind you.
C. Good, Ted?
Yeah, sounds good, Mike.
Well,
a little bit of a little bit too tight.
I don't know where else to go.
Okay. I'll just move over a little bit more.
He's right there. I mean, the closest I can get is something like that.
Okay. All right. I'll just be careful.
Yeah. Unless I can squeeze in somewhere to people over there.
Hey, bring the multipliers closer. Why not?
Maybe
just drop it down.
Yeah. That'd be great.
There you go.
perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds a little better? Okay.
All right, now let's check audio.
It's still there. Channel 1 back.
Got it. So no one will pick up my question.
No, not unless you stand in front of my camera.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. A, B, C.
Ain't gonna be me. Whoever the 8 o'clock photog is, it's probably Mackenzie. We'll probably put Hunter on. And they don't let us in there without permission from the judge. So if the judge says no, nobody's not. Well, with a camera. You coming? Yeah. Thank you. Here we go, kids. Lights on.
We're scheduled to start at 1:30, so I'll give it a few minutes.
Thank you for being early. You'll never be mayor of any city.
Don't you worry, I'm not looking to be the job I do not want. How's everybody today? Good? Hanging in?
Thank you.
Rough week last week?
Absolutely.
Yeah, for me too. If we're not expecting anyone else, I'm happy to start. I just don't want to be rude and start before 1:30. Okay. All right. Is she not freezing down there?
Not anything like that.
I tried to come down and close the windows earlier, but this weather's terrible. All right, Casey, I'm gonna get started. Casey, I'm gonna get started. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ursula Jones-Dixon, Alameda County District Attorney. You're here today just because I wanted the opportunity to engage you about the case of Coach John Beam. I want to start with my personal condolences as well as the office's condolences to John Beam's family. He really is the best of Oakland, was the best of Oakland, is the best of Oakland. His spirit is still here. My husband, who played sports in the Bay Area for high school and college, we were having a conversation this weekend about the fact that it was weird that we had not come into contact with Coach Beam. And my son very quickly checked me and said, but I have. My son was at a football camp several years ago, and Coach Beam took the time just to talk to him and encourage him and engage him and tell him how good he was. He didn't know who he was. He had never seen him before, and he didn't know until later when he was watching Last Chance U, that Coach Beam was such a legend in Oakland, and so that's who he was. He always had the time. He always had the energy. He always had the heart for the work. He's a part of Oakland's legacy. He's touched so many people, and I just wanted to take this moment to say that we continue to pray for his family, and we will stand with them in any way that we can to support them. As it relates to the charges and the murder of Coach Beam, the defendant, Cedric Irving, was charged with Penal Code Section 187, or murder, and also what we call the big use, that's 12022.53D. That is 25 to life for the murder and 25 to life for the use of the gun during the course of that crime. So this is a 50 to life crime. Last week was a rough week for Oakland and the county of Alameda. As you know, there were 2 shootings on school campuses 2 days in a row. And I'm just absolutely sick to my stomach about the amount of gun violence in our community, specifically in Oakland. I want to be clear that we're here really to talk about Coach Beam, but also that I feel obligated to do something because the DA's office really is a reactive agency. We react when something happens by charging a case and then moving that case forward, but there are moments in time where you can be a little proactive as well. And so after some conversations this weekend with my command staff, we've decided to reinstitute mandatory minimums as it relates to gun cases in this county. What that means is if you are pleading to a possession of a gun as a misdemeanor, you'll have to do a certain amount of time in custody, and as a felony, a certain amount of time in custody. I think it's important to talk about accountability as it relates to gun violence. I think that there are way too many guns on the street in the hands that they shouldn't be in. And a lot of those hands, unfortunately, are young people. And so until we start making ourselves accountable to our neighbors, to our brothers and sisters, we can't expect anything different. If we keep doing the same thing, we get the same result. And so this is my opportunity to try something that we've tried before, to see if we can put a dent in some of this violent crime that is related to gun violence in our community. I also just want to talk a little bit about the fact that I'm not going to answer a bunch of questions about details about the shooting because this is now a charged case and an open case. But it is important for us to start talking about, I think, security on school campuses, whether they be community colleges, elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. I think that the safest place in the country should be school and church. And weirdly, of recent, it's just been the opposite. So I just think that's a conversation we need to start having and talking out loud about how we can cure some of those problems. But that's just been on my mind as of this long weekend that I had after the rough week of last week. Any questions that I can answer for you? Yes.
Thank you very much for speaking with us today. It's being reported by some outlets that he believed that the coach was somehow using witchcraft on him. Can you speak to that at all?
Again, I'm not going to talk about any details about the case. It's a charged and open case. What I can tell you is that I think as it relates to Coach Beam specifically, this one was a hard one. Because I think that the people who do the work in the community with anybody they come into contact with, that's Coach Beam's MO. Everybody said it didn't matter who you were, what you looked like, you know, if you played sports, if you didn't, if you were male, female, it didn't matter. So the contact that he would have with anyone around the school would not be unusual. I'm not going to go into the details about the state of mind of the defendant. Just suffice it to say that Coach Beam was shot in the head and murdered on that day and time.
It's also been reported that when he was picked up at San Leandro Bart that he admitted to it. Can you say anything about that and how that impacts the case going forward, or is that separate from how he will enter a plea at arraignment?
Don't know what plea he will enter at arraignment, so I don't want to speak to that other than statements were taken from the defendant by the Oakland Police homicide detectives. Yes?
The gun that was seized from the defendant, can you say who it was registered to?
It's my understanding it was registered to the defendant.
Can you speak to the defendant's mental health? I mean,
No, I cannot. And that's kind of the point. I mean, I cannot speak to his mental health. I don't have any information about his mental health, nor do I want to be having a conversation that his attorney should be having. but I have no information. We have no indication. I can say that he does not have a criminal record that we can find. Oftentimes people who have significant mental health issues will come into contact with the criminal justice system, but we see none. Yes, sir.
Does the city of Oakland plan on providing any resources to improve the district court security?
I don't know what the city of Oakland is going to do. I can't speak for the city of Oakland. Yes, ma'am.
I guess just going off of not speaking about the suspect, but are you at all concerned about the charges that you now charged him with, given there might be some mental health issues?
So back to square one, I never said there was a mental health issue, and I'm not concerned about the charges because it describes exactly what happened on that date and time. There was a murder and a gun was used to murder. Therefore, those are the charges that we would charge anyone with for murder.
Can you talk about the mandatory minimums? When did that go away, and what do you think that will do by bringing that back?
I think it last was in place under Nancy O'Malley, if I'm not mistaken. I can't tell you exactly when it went away. I was on the bench at that point, and I don't have a memory of it. My goal is to try to make people aware that there is absolutely some accountability for carrying a gun in Oakland. We find that even a lot of the cases that we charge, sometimes murder cases, are difficult to prove because they become self-defense cases because everybody has a gun. We don't know who shot first, who was responsible for that initial interaction, and that's unacceptable. You know, we are getting to a point where almost every time we turn on the news, there's some story about gun violence in this city. This is my city. I live in Oakland. So I'm speaking to you as the DA, but also as a resident of the city of Oakland. My hope is that we can start talking about accountability as it relates to guns in our community. And for me, that's important.
Do you know if Cedric Irving has legal representation?
Excuse me 1 second, because that gentleman, you had several questions. Yes, sir.
On that subject,
Yes.
Was there any reluctancy to bring these mandatory charges?
Not from me, no. Yes, sir.
Could you go over what the mandatory minimum is for the public in case they don't know as far as what gun possession would entail?
Generically, it would be for misdemeanor possession 90 days, felony possession 180 days, and then if we're talking felony, if we're talking felon in possession, well, let me back up. I think that ghost guns should have a higher amount of time on those, so we're looking at misdemeanors as well as felonies for the ghost guns. I think 180 days as it relates to misdemeanors for the ghost guns. And then, if I recall correctly, I'm sorry, I think the felon in possession was actually 16 months, not 180 days. So we're at 90 days for misdemeanors, felon in possession is 16 months. If they're ghost guns, we're going to find 180 days for misdemeanor and low-term felony as well for the ghost guns, so a little more time for the ghost guns.
Do the judges have to agree with that? I mean, you put it forth, do they have to accept that?
So this would be my offer. So as a DA, I'm making an offer to the defendant and his attorney. So, I mean, if the judge agrees to that, the judges can always kick back in a plea agreement. I can't imagine it's within the range of time. It's nothing outside of the range. But this would be our offer to the defendant. Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how long he had been in possession of that gun, and if it had been used in any other crimes?
I do not know how long he had been in possession of the gun, and I don't know that any ballistics have been done to see if, we wouldn't have that back this soon anyway. But as I said, based upon what I see, he has no criminal history. Yes, sir.
You've made clear that you want the defendant's mooted, but as a question back, was she going to say that he was a student or student athlete at Laney College?
So it's my understanding he was not a student athlete at Laney College. I'm getting information that he was on Laney's campus from time to time, but that he was not a registered student. That's the information. That's the information I have.
Does he?
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
I was earlier with the proposition. Would you say that schools should be safer? What should that look like?
So I didn't say they should be safer. I think we should be having conversations about what that looks like. And you know, I think there was some indication in a report that I was reading over the weekend, because I spent most of the weekend reading about this case, that there have been some concerns potentially from Coach Beam and other folks at Peralta College about the safety on the campus. I don't know what those concerns are, but it's my time to dig into that a little bit and figure that out. But I do think that when we are having 2 shootings in 1 week, back to back, 2 days in a row, on campuses in Oakland, we need to start having a conversation about what safety looks like in schools. That's a conversation. That should be open to the community as well as the students. Let me just say, I think the thing that upset me the most about this, other than Coach Beam's death, is the fact that Skyline students were on a field trip at Laney College on the day that Coach Beam was killed. So they had lockdowns 2 days in a row. That's unacceptable. That we have children in our community who now this is the norm, 2 days in a row, that they're locked down for gun violence on a campus. I'm not good with that. So whatever it looks like, we need to start having those conversations. We should be doing that now so we can figure out how we keep our kids safe in schools and our young people safe in schools. Yes.
Thank you so much. Does Cedric Irving have representation yet? And are you
No, I don't know that.
Are you concerned at all that the case could potentially be moved from this county given the connections that the coach had with so many people? Would it be difficult to have a trial here?
I doubt it. He's had connections with people literally across the country. As we saw on Football Sunday yesterday, his players speaking to him, honoring him. So I can't imagine where we would move this case to where he wouldn't have connections. Yes.
The charging documents and the probable cause documents available?
They are available. They've been filed. This is not on for arraignment until tomorrow, but they have been filed. So, anything else? Yes.
Has the DA's office been in touch with either the suspects or the victim's family?
So the DA's office has been assigned. We had victim witness advocates assigned to reach out to the family. I will sit down with them myself as well, but I just want them to have an opportunity to exhale. I know that it's been a rough week for them. We say it's a rough week for us, but I don't want to step on those toes. So we have already assigned folks to do the initial outreach to them, and then I would like to have a conversation with them when things calm down a bit. Anything else from anyone else?
Can we obtain copies of the charging documents?
You can do that right down at the clerk's office. It's all public. Anything else? All right, thank you all. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's going on?
Okay.
I'll just re-queue it right now. Are you rolling? I don't know what is Brio. I don't even know what the fuck that is. So so you didn't get it ingested?
Made it. I haven't been here in like years.
Well, there's nothing I can do about that. There's nothing I can do about that. Oh, all right. All right. No, I will refeed. Tell the engineers they fucked up. Tell the engineers they fucked up. This is a big one. All right, good for you. Coming at you right now. All right, bye-bye. Jane Tiska.
Yo, what's up? Jersey, how you doing? You haven't been in my neighborhood in a while, that's a good sign.
No, yeah. Not
Right?
with these two anyway.
Right?
Jesus. Skyline and then...
I know, shit, yeah, back to back.